Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Lord, married to a countess at the beginning. Chapter 1. In the early morning, when the sun set on the city of thorns ruled by the Field family, Gray also woke up from last night's sleep. At the moment, he lives in the guest room of Rose Castle. As an ancient family in the kingdom with a history of more than 300 years, the Field family's family wealth is extremely huge. The decoration and carpets in the guest rooms are unparalleled luxuries. Crystal cups and gold candlesticks sparkling in the sun can be seen everywhere. The pillowcases and quilts on the bed all have thorn and rose patterns embroidered with gold threads. Gray stretched, and after putting on his clothes, he walked out of the room. Outside the door, two maids were waiting. Seeing Gray come out, one of the two maids entered Gray's room and began to tidy up the furnishings and bedding. The other one took Gray to the next room to wash up, and then took Gray through the complicated Rose Castle. After about 10 minutes, Gray finally arrived at the restaurant. Breakfast has already been prepared for Gray. In fact, there was no need for a maid to lead the way. Gray had already memorized some of the routes to Rose Castle. Although there would be some detours from his room to the restaurant, he had already memorized it. Even if no one leads the way, Gray will never get lost. It's just that his nominal wife, the owner of Roseburg, the Countess of the Field family, is extremely wary of and rejects him. Ever since she married Anna Field 2 days ago, the other party's maid has been staring at her all the time. Gray even estimated that the Countess had regarded her husband as a tool used by the Harrington family to steal from the Field family. Of course, Gray couldn't guarantee that his cheap dad didn't have this idea. But as far as Gray himself was concerned, he never wanted to steal anything from the Field family. He doesn't even want to be a tool in the marriage. But there is no way. The nobles in this world have their own set of survival rules. In this world, noble titles can only be inherited by the eldest son. As for other extra sons, the great nobles basically use them as marriage tools to maintain friendship and connections between families. Of course, if these sons who do not have the right to inherit the title can show other talents and abilities, they will naturally be valued by the family, and the family will respect their ideas. Unfortunately, Gray didn't show much talent. Therefore, he was sent to Fieldland by his father. According to his previous life, he married into the Field family. Maybe his surname is no longer Harrington now. So Gray's thoughts don't matter in this marriage. What matters is whether the Field family and the Harrington family get the benefits they want from it. As for Gray's own mood and situation, no one cares. Even if he went to cry to his cheap father, he would only tell him coldly that this was a necessary sacrifice for the future of the family. As a child of the Harrington family, Gray must accept and take the initiative to maintain the relationship between the two families. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. I had just recovered my past life memory and this happened to me. Yes, Gray came to this world 18 years ago, but for some unknown reason, his consciousness only stayed in his young body for a few days, and then he fell into a deep sleep, or his memory fell into some kind of sealed status. It wasn't until some time ago that Gray recovered the memory of his past life. Then he got married. What left Gray speechless was that it had been 2 days since he married his wife, and except for seeing the beautiful Countess during the wedding on the first day, he had never seen her again. Even on the wedding night, he slept alone. Just very helpless. But there's nothing I can do about it. Who is the Count? I think he is just using himself as a shield. Although he is the nominal husband of the Countess, he has no title, no influence, no money, nothing. To get the name of the Countess's husband, he has to pay a lot of attention. After all, 99% of the aristocratic children in this world do not have the title of husband of an earl. Most noble children, when they reach adulthood, are either supported by their families or have to leave their families and make a living on their own. Quite an earl's husband. Stop dreaming, it would be good to get a decent job. It's a cruel world, so my situation is pretty good. At least I don't have to worry about food and drink, and I still have the pocket money given by the Countess. I think it's not bad to eat soft food. After all, I am handsome, so it is reasonable to eat soft food. Gray complained silently in his heart, but remained calm on the outside. Eating cold bread, milk, and some broth, these foods are already considered top-notch in the eyes of people in this world. But it was a little hard to accept in Gray's mouth. Especially the broth has a fishy smell. Gray took 2 bites and couldn't bear it anymore. He was about to have an attack, but when he looked up, he saw the maid looking at him calmly. Gray thought about it and decided to give the chef a chance. After all, a big shot like him didn't need to argue with a chef. After finishing breakfast, Gray cleared his throat and said, "Tina, don't you have your own job?" Gray's meaning was obvious. He was telling the maid not to stare at him all the time. Tina's expression did not change when she heard this, but her red lips slightly opened. "I am Lady Anna's personal maid. Lady Anna asked me to serve Lady Gray personally in the future, so I don't need to do anything. There are enough servants in Rose Castle." Miss Tina's meaning is also very obvious. "Yes, I just have nothing to do, and I just want to keep an eye on you. This is the order of the Earl." Gray, Barrett, who allowed himself to be just a pitiful and helpless little son-in-law. Whether in Harrington or at Field, his status is not very high. Seeing Gray staring at her without speaking, Tina's expression remained calm, completely ignoring Gray's resentful eyes. "If Lord Gray has any dissatisfaction with me, you can tell me and I will convey it to Lady Anna." Hearing Tina say this without changing her expression, the corner of Gray's mouth twitched. "If I'm not satisfied with you, can you tell me?" No matter how he sounded, Gray felt threatened. He is obviously the husband of the Countess, but he cannot even meet with the Countess. The communication between the two has to go through the maid. Forget it, Gray didn't think Tina would really tell Anna his dissatisfaction. After these few days of getting along and communicating, Gray has almost given up the idea of getting closer to Count Anna. The Countess was so high above others that she was nothing more than a husband in name only. Being able to eat and drink for free in the castle and still have money to take out was already pretty good. Although Gray has expressed several times in the past few days that he has no thoughts about the Field family and hopes to meet and communicate with Count Anna. But he is relatively aloof and has no intention of meeting him at all. In this case, Gray gave up the idea of further development with Count Anna, and just regarded the other party as his long-term meal ticket and protective umbrella. Having made up his mind, Gray felt much more relaxed. At the same time, he also began to think about the future. Since there is no future between him and the Countess, then he has to consider giving himself some power, influence and wealth. After all, as the old saying goes, it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Maybe he would be kicked out by the Countess that day. This is not without precedent. Now he had to get more benefits for himself while he was still the nominal husband of the Countess. After all, he sacrificed his reputation to benefit both the Harrington and Field families. Isn't it too much to seek some future protection for himself with the Countess? As soon as he thought about this, Gray immediately showed a kind smile to the maid in front of him. "Tina, I heard that there are many books on cultivation in the Field family's study. I wonder if I can go and take a look." After Gray made the request, Tina was just stunned for a moment before taking Gray to a room with a magic barrier in the center of the castle. A big family like the Field family has a very large family background. There are 4 or 5 bookshelves in this room filled with magic books and cultivation methods that countless people in the outside world desire. Among them are the training methods of warriors and the training methods of magicians. Of course, most books record some basic and low-level knowledge. There is very little real advanced knowledge. Gray doesn't mind this either. In his case, the books in this study are enough. Even if you give him a high-level cultivation method, he still can't understand it. Gray walked around several bookshelves. Then he picked up a book on fighting spirit training. Dochi is a special force unique to this world, a force born in the human body. It's like the inner strength and true energy of martial arts masters in martial arts novels from previous lives. They are all indispensable auxiliary forces for the strong. In the past 10 years, because he had not recovered his memory, he lived in a haze, even though he had learned the Harrington family's cultivation methods. However, because he did not seem to have inherited the strong training talent of the warrior bloodline of the Harrington family, he has not achieved much success in cultivating fighting spirit. In addition, he was originally a salty fish who liked to enjoy lying down. Naturally, it is impossible to have the perseverance to practice fighting spirit for more than 10 years. So until now, Gray has not mastered fighting spirit. He even recalled it, and even the Harrington family's secret cultivation method was forgotten in his memory. You can imagine how much he paddled. Now that Gray has recovered his past life memories, since he plans to live a good life in this world and is preparing for the future, he will naturally not wait to die like before. Enhancing one's own strength is the most basic requirement. Gray had just looked around and found that the basic fighting spirit secrets were all very similar. So Gray wasn't too picky. I chose one directly and then started searching for another one among the basic books on spiritual cultivation. Then he left the study with satisfaction. Master Gray, are you preparing to practice? Tina, who had been waiting silently beside her, was watching Gray's every move. After waiting for Gray to find a satisfactory secret cultivation method, he tentatively asked. Of course, after all, I am also a member of the Field family now. As Anna's husband, I should also work hard. Gray said with a smile. Tina nodded slightly when she heard this and said nothing more, but a trace of disapproval flashed in her black pupils. Whether it's practicing fighting spirit or practicing magic, none of it is easy. As Count Anna's personal maid, Tina is also very knowledgeable about cultivation matters. She already knew very clearly about Gray, the man who married into the Field family, a month ago. This master has not shown much talent in cultivation since he was born, and has always been mediocre, without any talents or abilities that people can notice. If Lady Anna hadn't chosen him, it would have been impossible for such a person to appear in front of her. Based on the information Tina possesses, Gray's desire to cultivate fighting spirit or spiritual power is basically a wishful thinking. If he inherits the talent of Harrington's bloodline, he may be able to achieve something by practicing hard for a few years. But it is difficult for people with little talent. After practicing for more than 10 or 20 years, they may only be able to barely perceive the existence of fighting spirit, or even be unable to sense fighting spirit. As for magic, let alone it. This is an iron law that has been proven by countless ordinary people over thousands of years in despair. Not everyone can practice. The path of the strong is always in the hands of a very small number of people. Obviously, Gray was not favored by fate. In Tina's eyes, Gray is a waste of time. But thinking about how idle the old man was in the past 2 days, Tina thought it would be a good idea to let him work in vain to pass the time. But as the head of the Field family, Gray should be valued by the family even if he is a bride-in-law. You need to talk to Lady Anna about this matter. Lady Anna should give Master Gray some support. So, it seems like we have to waste some resources on the master. Forget it, who made him the master? With Tina's silent escort, Gray returned to his room. After returning to the room, Gray began to concentrate on reading the secret cultivation techniques he had obtained. Although Tina didn't say much, he also understood that books related to cultivation are worth thousands of dollars outside. It would be best for him to finish reading it as soon as possible and then put it back in the study. In addition to cultivating fighting spirit, warriors also need to focus on physical training. The strength of the physical body and fighting spirit complement each other. Gray fell into silence as he looked at the masochistic physical training methods in the books. Of course, the book also proposes another way to temper the physical body. That is to use the secret medicine. Secret elixir, also known as potion, magic potion. It is a medicine made of special materials and comes in the form of ointment, pills, liquid medicine, etc. The form of the drug varies depending on how it is used. And the materials that can be used to make the secret medicine are all extremely precious. For example, the materials on Warcraft, or magic plants, or some magic ores, etc. These things, apart from what the nobles could afford, were really inaccessible to ordinary people. This creates a special profession in this world, adventurers. Most of these people are composed of warriors, magicians, etc. who are civilians. They do not have the huge wealth and power of the nobles, so they can only use their own strength to hunt for the materials they need for cultivation. However, judging from previous memories, adventurers are a profession that licks blood. Although occasionally you can hear that an adventurer got lucky and found some special treasure and made a fortune. But more often than not, I heard that a certain adventurer team was wiped out. Adventurers have always been known for their freedom and extremely high mortality rate. Gray didn't have to think about it at all and just ignored the option to strengthen his body. Try the breathing method first and then talk. Gray sat on the bed and began to breathe in a fixed manner according to the practice method recorded in the book. Of course, he never thought he would succeed today. He understood it when he just read the book. Even for people who have the talent for cultivation, it is extremely difficult to cultivate fighting spirit. Once fighting spirit is cultivated, whether you are a warrior or a knight, you will be completely transformed. The combat effectiveness soars to a new level. Therefore, fighting spirit is basically a sign of whether a warrior is strong. According to common sense, people with spiritual talents need to spend several years or even more than 10 years to slowly practice the breathing method. From the beginning, they can feel the faint breath in the body, and then slowly cultivate this breath until they can. Releasing it means successful cultivation. In this process, the physical fitness of warriors and knights will also be fed back by fighting spirit, making them stronger. Therefore, even if they have not yet cultivated fighting spirit, warriors and knights who only possess the sense of spirit still have power far beyond that of ordinary warriors and knights. All Gray wants is to be able to generate chi in his body. He estimated that it would be more difficult for him with his talent. But the problem is not big. Although he is not very talented, he does have the blood of the Harrington family. The blood of the Harrington family is the blood of famous warriors in the kingdom. Although not every descendant of Harrington has excellent training talents, in general, Gray has more or less training qualifications brought by his bloodline. The reason why he has never mastered fighting spirit is probably because he was too lazy before, afraid of hardship, and lacked perseverance. Otherwise, with the resources of the Harrington family, even if he cannot truly cultivate fighting spirit, he can still master the breathing method to strengthen his body. He had wasted more than 10 years before and failed to seize the resources of the Harrington family. He could no longer let go of the resources of the Field family. After Gray practiced the breathing method several times, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he just felt a warm current flowing through his body. Although it was very weak, he really felt it. Etc. Gray was a little confused. He stopped practicing and then picked up the Do-Chi training secret book in front of him. He looked through it carefully. After confirming the above, a person with mediocre qualifications can feel fighting spirit in 10 years, and a person with outstanding qualifications can feel fighting spirit in 1 year. How long did it take me just now? Gray thought about it and realized that he had just practiced according to the secret method once. How long had it been since he felt like he was breathing out his energy? Doesn't it mean that my talent is mediocre? Could it be that after I regained my memory, I became a genius? Gray felt it was a bit unreal. He had just practiced once and felt the sense of chi. Then after he stopped practicing, the sense of chi disappeared and the unreal feeling was very strong. He decided to try again. Soon he calmed down and started practicing again. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Outside the door, Tina was a little surprised that Gray had been in the room all morning without making any noise. Could it be that he had been reading the secret book in it all morning? Tina thought for a moment and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It is estimated that this master has started practicing and has begun to feel anxious and desperate. That feeling of working hard all morning but getting nothing can easily make you feel frustrated and lost. I don't know how many days this master can persist in practicing. From the information she obtained, it seemed that the longest time Mr. Gray had practiced during his time in the Harrington family was a little more than 2 years. That was the first time he started practicing. After that, he spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, practicing intermittently. Until the age of 10, the time spent practicing and resting is equal. After the age of 12, I almost stopped practicing. This is normal. After all, no one can stick to something meaningless for more than 10 years. This old man probably won't be able to hold on for a few days this time. Tina was just thinking about what happened to Gray and how depressed he looked. The door opened. Gray was in high spirits and looked at Tina outside the door with a smile. Tina, what's wrong? Seeing the gentle smile and energetic look of the man in front of her, Tina was slightly stunned. The other person didn't seem upset at all. Sir, lunch is ready for you. Tina bowed slightly and said, Oh, is it time for lunch already? Gray spoke lightly, and then walked out of the room and walked to the restaurant with Tina. What's for lunch? Gray asked casually. Tina responded softly. Today's lunch is beef stew and cream of mushroom soup, as well as apple pie. The main food is mashed potatoes and bread. When Gray listened to Tina's name of the dishes, most of his originally good mood disappeared. There's stew and soup again, and that apple pie. It seemed that he noticed that Gray's mood had deteriorated. Tina asked thoughtfully, "Are you not satisfied with today's dishes?" Gray's mouth twitched slightly and he whispered, "It's not just today." Tina was stunned again when she heard this. Does this mean that he is dissatisfied every day? Although it was not Tina who cooked, Tina knew the old maid who cooked, and the dishes she cooked were undoubtedly approved by the Field family. This Mr. Gray actually thought that the food she cooked was not delicious. Does the master have high requirements for food? Tina frowned. This was not easy. Gray noticed Tina's frown and thought his words made the maid feel uncomfortable. Come to think of it, she is from the Field family, and so is the chef. Maybe they have a good relationship. It is indeed a bit inappropriate for me to complain about others like this. But the words have already been spoken, and there is no way to take them back. He could only make up for it. Maybe I'm used to Harrington's food. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. I'm not too picky. After a while, he had to ask the maid if there were any treasures in the Field family that could be used for practice. It's not good to make people angry at this time. Sure enough, when Gray said the last sentence, Tina's beautiful eyebrows relaxed immediately. I will report your needs to Lady Anna. You can be patient for a few days. Tina said this and opened the door of the restaurant. The aroma of stewed beef and the rich aroma of milk hit your face. Just the smell is actually pretty good, Gray thought to himself, and soon he saw a large piece of beef that had just been taken out of the soup. Looking at the broth with a hint of blood, Gray cut a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. It's very good and chewy. In addition, the original taste of the ingredients remains. After one bite, there is a faint smell of blood in the gravy. In addition, the beef taste is really bland. It feels tasteless. Gray ate expressionlessly. Probably because of practicing fighting spirit, Gray has a good appetite. He ate several large pieces of beef that were originally tasteless, probably weighing 2 kilograms each. In addition, he also drank 2 large bowls of cream soup and ate a large piece of whole apple pie and bread. This astonishing amount of food made Tina on the side have a flash of surprise in her eyes. Just now, this gentleman said that the dishes of the Field family are not delicious. He turned his head and gave her a performance of a meal that was too rude. Seeing the doubtful look on the little maid's face, Gray wiped his mouth and said honestly, I'm a little hungry today, maybe because I've been practicing fighting spirit. Tina was speechless upon hearing this. Although she knew that people who practiced dochi had a larger appetite, but they were people who practiced dochi, so what did it have to do with Gray? Could it be possible that Gray practiced breathing out his energy all morning? How can this be? Tina felt that it was Gray who was conquered by the Field family chef. Otherwise he would never have been able to eat so much. This is the truth. Also, Mr. Gray is really good at eating. Tina's mood improved a little, so the chef wouldn't have to be replaced. As long as you're satisfied, Tina said softly. Gray felt that the maid thought that she was duplicity and found excuses not to admit that the food cooked by the chef was delicious. He did not refute, but asked with some embarrassment, Tina, I am practicing dochi, and I have already started to feel it, but I feel that in addition to my own efforts, I also need some external help. Tina nodded to express her understanding. She originally planned to allocate some training resources to Gray after reporting to Lady Anna in the evening. But since the master took the initiative to speak, she wouldn't say that she had to wait for Lady Anna's consent. After all, the master is Lady Anna's husband, and Lady Anna has also asked her to try her best to meet the master's needs. To the Field family, some secret medicines were of little consequence. Okay, sir, I will send some secret medicine to your room in a moment. Hearing that the maid lady didn't talk nonsense at all, she agreed immediately. Gray was a little surprised. He looked at the black-haired and pretty maid in front of him, and felt good in his heart. This maid looked cold and indifferent, but I didn't expect that she was so easy to talk to. If you want secrets, give secrets. If you want secrets, give secrets. God, is this what it feels like to be a pretty boy? For the first time, Gray truly felt the joy of being taken care of. For a moment, he suddenly understood the reason why he was so stubborn in the past. This feeling of getting what you want is so easy to get addicted to. That Kadri can withstand such a test. So much so that he had the urge to be a pretty boy for the rest of his life. No, The rich woman was unreliable. That day the rich woman found a better sweetheart, and the days of giving her everything she asked for were gone. You still have to work hard on your own. Gray calmed down, nodded to Tina, and then left with heavy steps. The evil rich woman tried to erode my determination to be independent and self-reliant, and the situation was more serious than he imagined. He has to practice harder. 3 days later, Gray felt the fighting spirit swimming in his body. As soon as he had a thought, the fighting spirit suddenly surged out of his body and condensed on his arms, forming a thin layer of fighting spirit. Let the vindictiveness out. He has developed true fighting spirit. It is no longer the feeling of chi in the body, but the fighting spirit that can be freely controlled. He tried it. Fighting spirit can greatly enhance his strength and speed. At the same time, consuming fighting spirit can also increase his destructive power by several levels. Covering the body with fighting spirit can also improve the body's defense. Who would have thought that it only took 3 days for Gray to transform from an ordinary person to a strong man who mastered fighting spirit? What others might not be able to do in decades, he did in a few days. Now Gray's only shortcoming is his physical fitness. Compared to those warriors and knights who have been training their bodies for decades. People like Gray who can cultivate fighting spirit in just a few days are missing the basic foundation. But it's not a big problem. There is no way. Why is he the Countess's sweetheart? Although he still hasn't seen the Countess these days. But the resources the Countess gave him were truly generous. Not only gave him various secret medicines. Even the 3 meals were filled with various magic ingredients. All kinds of monster flesh and magical plants have become Gray's standard meal 3 times a day. This gave Gray's body a huge boost of nourishment. I don't know if it was because he recovered his memory and mutated his body, or because he cultivated fighting spirit. After absorbing the nutrients from these ingredients, his body is indeed slowly getting stronger, and the effect is obvious. In his memory, he had eaten these foods before, but at that time he did not absorb any nutrients from those expensive ingredients. These 2 completely different reactions also surprised Gray. But no matter what the reason is, there is really no need to worry too much about his physical enhancement. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was the Countess's doting attitude towards him. Even though he had regarded himself as a pretty boy, ready to reap benefits from the Field family, he never expected that the Countess, who was not even willing to meet him, would support him so much. This feeling of being favored made Gray doubt his previous judgment. What did the Countess think of him? Is it really the kind of coldness that you don't even want to meet? If she really didn't want to see her that much, she wouldn't be able to give him cultivation secrets and cultivation resources. He has used more than 10 potions in the past few days. There are also countless ointments for strengthening the body. This kind of secret medicine is a luxury product of great value. The value of the ointment he used casually could support the expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for a year. Not to mention those monster flesh and blood, magic plants. Even Gray himself feels like a gold-eating beast. In 3 days, he consumed enough resources for other warriors and knights to consume for a month or 2. In this way, the Countess still said nothing and gave him as much as he wanted. This kind of pampering attitude made Gray feel a little confused for the past 2 days. He also tried to find out the truth from Tina's side. He really couldn't figure out what the Countess meant. Does she regard herself as a tool, or does she really want to regard herself as her husband? It's a pity that Tina didn't reveal any useful information. Gray could only suppress the doubts in his heart. No matter what, I got the benefit after all. Gray said hello to Tina, and then returned the Dochi training secret book he had obtained. As for the secret book on cultivating spiritual power, he hasn't had time to try to practice it yet. Because he had directly made great progress in fighting spirit, so his focus these days has been on fighting spirit. Regarding the cultivation of mental power, Gray is not in a hurry either. It's only 3 days, so there's no need to rush. He estimated that even if he was treated as a tool, he would not become an expired tool within 3 days. There will be time to cultivate spiritual power in the future. What he needs to do now is to look in the study room to see if there are any books on combat techniques. Cultivation cheats and combat cheats are 2 types of books. If you don't learn combat skills, just mastering the power will not be able to display it perfectly. So Gray picked out a few more books on fighting skills and fighting spirit techniques from the Countess's collection. Then a few more days passed. Gray finally combined his skills with his own strength and completely mastered his power. Regardless of whether you are a knight or a warrior, as long as you master the combat skills and the methods of cultivating fighting spirit, all that is left is to practice fighting spirit step by step. After Do Chi reaches different levels, there will be corresponding abilities and skills. At present, although Gray has not completely mastered all combat skills, it is enough to meet Gray's requirements for his own strength. Originally, he just needed the power to temporarily protect himself and allow him to implement his next plan. At present, he already has fighting spirit, and his fighting spirit will be improved every day. In addition, his physical body has also begun to exercise. Coupled with the resources provided by the Countess, and her own ability to completely absorb the resources into nutrients that nourish her body. According to Gray's estimation, his physical strength can already be compared with other people's physical fitness after years of hard training. The most important thing is that as long as there is sufficient flesh and blood of monsters and magical ingredients as nutrients, his body will continue to strengthen. And based on his current strength, it is already comparable to those illustrious warriors and knights he saw in the Harrington territory. What he lacks now is actual combat. So Gray is ready to start the next step. That is to gain the foundation of your own territory. Especially after tasting the sweetness of the Countess providing him with various resources like feeding him. He discovered that the happiness that owning his own territory, owning his own people, wealth and power could bring was something he had never imagined before. Because the Countess's attitude was unclear, and Gray still had the same idea in his mind, it was better to rely on others than on oneself. So he has always wanted to open up his own business. In this way, even if the Countess turned against her in the future, he would be able to continue his current happy life. Now you can go outside and have a look, but according to the usual practice, there are generally two ways to obtain territory. One is to obtain rewards from the king through meritorious service, and to obtain rewards from the kingdom for your territory and civilians. The second is to obtain a development order to open up territory for the kingdom. After the land can be maintained for 3 years without being lost, and it has the power to protect itself and its own civilians, the kingdom will recognize the land opened by the lord and acquiesce this place as pioneer territory. The kingdom will give noble titles and titles to lords based on the size of the territory, the lord's strength, reputation, and other factors. Gray straightened his clothes and walked out of the room. As the Countess's husband, he could not get the chance to go to war. At present, there are not many wars between the countries, they are just minor frictions. Even if they go to the battlefield, they will not gain much merit. And Gray doesn't intend to go to the battlefield to fight for the title. He planned to choose the second path. That is to carve out your own land bit by bit. There are two problems he needs to solve now. One is the pioneering order. The other determines the location of the territory. For a big noble like the Earl of the Kingdom, the development order is actually not difficult to obtain. However, there are so many noble children in the entire kingdom, but there are very few noble children who are really willing to use the development order to open up territory. And among the very few aristocratic children who had such ambitions to open up territories, they basically ended in failure. Actually, this is normal. After all, it has been nearly 1,000 years since the kingdom was established. From a weak territory at the beginning, to a huge kingdom. The surrounding land that is easy to open has already been developed to an extent. To say that hundreds of years ago, those ambitious young people still had the opportunity to open up their own businesses. At that time, a large number of nobles were born in the kingdom. The Field family and the Harrington family both stood out at that time and are still standing today. However, there is only so much land and the cake is only so big. For hundreds of years, those fertile, safe and easy to open places have long been occupied by our ancestors. Those who come first will be full, while those who come later will starve to death. The reality is so cruel. Do you think the people competing for your job are your peers? No, it was your ancestors who competed with you for your job, and they overturned the table after they were full. In the past 200 years, no family in the kingdom has been able to join the ranks of the nobility by opening up territories. Gray glanced at Tina outside the door. He didn't directly talk about the development order. Although the development order is not very rare, it can only be obtained by a nobleman above the earl level. This is the rule of the kingdom. It is not an easy matter to open up a territory. The manpower, force, and financial resources required are extremely terrifying figures. On the surface, the kingdom claims that as long as people with lofty ideals can open up territories, the reality is that if you don't have money, and no influence, you can't open a territory. In order to prevent anyone from wanting to become a lord out of curiosity, the kingdom stipulates that if you want to obtain a development order, you must obtain the approval of the kingdom's finance minister. Or maybe it was recommended by a powerful noble. Otherwise, ordinary people with nothing but nothing would stop dreaming about becoming a lord. Gray himself is a son of a nobleman. If a big nobleman writes a letter of recommendation, it is not difficult to get a development order. But he needs to meet his wife, Countess Anna. At the same time, he also needs to consider how to persuade the other party to help. Although the Countess is now very friendly towards him, even doting on him, Gray also knows that it is because in the Countess' heart, he is just a pretty boy for her to play with. If you say that you want to open up your own territory, I don't know if the Countess who dotes on him will continue to support him so much. Putting himself in his shoes, Gray found it difficult for him to agree. It will probably be difficult to convince the Countess. He had to prepare himself first. Before that, his thoughts cannot be revealed. Otherwise, the Countess would be wary and it would be even harder to convince her. Tina, I've been in the castle for the past few days and I'm a little bored. Let's go out for a walk. Speaking of which, I seem to have never been to Thorn City. Gray said to Tina with a smile. Tina nodded obediently after hearing this, and then immediately asked someone to prepare for Gray's outing. After Gray drank a cup of black tea, the carriage and attendants were already in place. Gray boarded the carriage accompanied by Tina, and then the carriage slowly drove out of the castle under the driving of the coachman. Both sides of the carriage were guarded by soldiers armed with spears, swords and shields. Gray even saw knights wearing knight armor and warriors in different costumes but with formidable momentum. Well, judging from the strength of these guards, the Countess really takes herself seriously. But why doesn't she always see him? Gray couldn't figure it out and decided not to. With the guards leading the way, the carriage drove on the wide road. There are shops and stalls all around. Medieval architectural styles can be seen everywhere here. There are tall houses made of stone and wood everywhere. It rained lightly in the morning, and now there is still a lot of mud on the road. Gray looked out the window at the civilians wearing simple clothes sewn from coarse cloth and sighed slightly. Even though he already knew the situation of ordinary people in this world in his memory, he still felt a little complicated after seeing it with his own eyes. In this world of fighting spirit and magic, the people at the bottom still have not received the dividends brought by extraordinary power. Whether it was the Middle Ages in the previous life or the nobles of this world, they regarded common people as a special kind of livestock in their own territories. It is enough for them to maintain the basic life and safety of these civilians, and they will not worry about whether the civilians live a good life or whether they are happy or unhappy. Because in their eyes, civilians are no different from the cattle and sheep in their own pastures. As long as you don't die. Just when Gray was feeling the cruelty of this world, a faint fragrance approached. Is there anything you are worried about, Master Gray? Tina followed Gray's line of sight and glanced out the window and found that everything was normal and there was nothing wrong. She thought Gray was sighing because of what happened outside. No, I have nothing to worry about right now. Gray shook his head. He glanced at Tina who was getting closer. When he looked at the maid up close, he realized that her skin was very delicate and smooth, which was different from the skin of foreign women he remembered from his previous life. On the contrary, it is as moist as an Oriental woman. And I have to say that Tina's appearance is very good. While she has a straight nose and deep eyes like a Westerner, she also has the gentle facial contours and black hair and black eyes of an Eastern beauty. She is a beauty, and it's very fragrant. I don't know if it's perfume or deodorant. Gray couldn't help but take 2 more breaths of the fragrant air. But when he looked up, he happened to see the expressionless face of the maid. Judging from the position of the two of them just now, from the perspective of the maid lady, he should be a pervert who took advantage of her to breathe in her breath when she was close. Gray was a little embarrassed. He didn't mean it, he just subconsciously leaned in and sniffed. It's really subconscious. Just as he was about to say something, Tina had already sat down in her seat. She adjusted the clothes around her neck and looked at Gray with a look that looked at garbage. Just now Gray's nose was right here. Gray coughed lightly. You smell quite good. After saying this, he regretted it. He originally planned to talk about something casually to divert attention. I didn't expect that this sentence would come out of my mouth. I feel like a guy who took advantage and acted like a good boy. As expected, Tina's eyes had upgraded from looking at trash to looking at enemies. I mean, you gave me inspiration. I can make a unique bottle of perfume for you when I go back. Gray tried his best to save his image. Ah, the maid sneered and sat silently at the seat furthest away from Gray. Master Gray, although you are Lady Anna's husband, I still hope you understand that Lady Anna may still be testing you. I will report your frivolous and rude behavior just now to Lady Anna truthfully. In addition, I will take the initiative to give you a gift. It's very suspicious to have a pure girl's perfume. The maid lady said the longest sentence she had said in the past few days. Then he just stared at Gray and said nothing. Gray stopped talking. He had nothing to say. He was already a gangster. The carriage became quiet for a moment. Gray was thinking that it would be more difficult for him to obtain the development order, and the shelf life of his status as a tool might end tonight. On the other side, Tina was sneering in her heart. In the past few days, she had thought Gray was an honest man who abided by the rules. She ended up, this guy definitely likes to touch maids like other nobles. She must tell Lady Anna about Gray's bitter side. While both of them were thinking secretly, the carriage suddenly began to jolt. Gray came back to his senses and found that the tall houses built with whole stones outside the window had disappeared, replaced by some houses built with gravel and wood, and some were even built with some rags and wood, tent up. Most of the people on this road were wearing rags and had empty eyes. Looking at the sallow and thin people, Gray was a little surprised. Although Thorns City was not as prosperous as he imagined, to be honest, Thorns City was already one of the largest cities in the kingdom. Even if there were slums, there shouldn't be so many naked people. Gray took a closer look and found that these people wandering in the slums were not Aborigines here. Most of them were dressed in rags and had their families with them. The real Aborigines are now in front of their own residences, watching these people wandering on the streets with vigilance. It was obvious that the Aboriginal people in the slums were dressed differently from the sallow and skinny people wandering around. The Aboriginal people in the slums are still people from Thorn City. Although their clothes are dirty, they are still barely intact. Even if someone has a hole in their clothes, they will patch it up. And it seems that they are malnourished, but they are much better than those who are sallow and thin. Are these refugees? Gray instantly realized the identities of those around the carriage. Tina nodded when she heard this. Yes, some time ago, Black Rock City to the west was attacked by monsters, and a large number of refugees were destroyed and relocated. What you saw was only a very small part. The vast majority of people were killed by monsters the moment the city fell, and the rest died on the road. Those who can reach Thorn City are the only ones favored by fate. Quote. Listening to Tina's words, Gray thought about the situation near the East Leyte Mountains to the west of the kingdom. To the west of the kingdom, the territory headed by the Field family is close to the East Leyte Mountains. There are a lot of monsters wandering in the East Leyte Mountains. As the city closest to the East Right Mountains in Field territory, Blackstone City is also the bridgehead for Field territory to monitor and defend against monsters. The Field army and a large number of adventurers have always been stationed there. There are strong and complete defenses around it, and there have been almost no accidents there for decades. It is known as the Solid Stone against the demonic tide, which is also the origin of the name of Black Rock City. Unexpectedly, such a strong city was actually attacked. Blackstone City was breached. Wasn't the defense network torn open? Has the monster entered the Field territory? Gray was a little shocked. No wonder Tina always said that the Countess was very busy. At first, he thought it was just an excuse because he didn't want to see him, but he didn't expect it to be true. The Black Rock City defense line is Field territory's strongest and most important line of defense against the monsters from East Right. Once it is lost, the monsters will march in and poison the civilians in the territory. It was breached, but it was recaptured a day later, but the fortifications were completely destroyed. We only regained a dilapidated city. Lady Anna has already started to rebuild Black Rock City. There was some pride in Tina's tone. The strength of the Field family should not be underestimated. Although Blackstone City was breached, it was quickly taken back by them. The monsters in the territory have almost been eliminated. In terms of force, Tina can indeed be proud of the Field family. It's just that Tina's proud look didn't last long before it turned into a worried look. Although Lady Anna has retaken Blackstone City, the problems in Field territory have not yet been resolved. These refugees have become Lady Anna's heartache. Blackstone City is still being rebuilt. Other cities, even Thorn City, cannot accept them in one go. There are so many people, and there are news of refugee riots in the territory every day, alas. Gray could almost imagine the situation of refugees in Field's area at this moment, and the consequences they would bring. They are also poor people. But there were too many of them. Blackstone City was originally a giant fortress city. Among them, the permanent population reaches more than 30,000, and the floating population is even larger. A large number of adventurers and businessmen travel to and from Blackstone City. With such a large population, even if 90% of them died, there would still be tens of thousands of people left. Although the Field family is wealthy, it is a headache to support so many people in one go and to open up new residences for them. Not to mention, there are many people with poor lives now pretending to be refugees and waiting for relief every day. In fact, the total number of refugees the Field family needs to support is far more than 10,000. The migration of refugees also had a great impact. Many bandits even sneaked into the refugee ranks, taking advantage of cities and towns to take in refugees and looting the cities. It can be said that the current refugees have become a moving natural disaster in everyone's eyes. Wherever you go, there will be misfortune. If the Countess hadn't insisted on rescuing the refugees, these people would have been dealt with long ago. The current situation is that refugees are everywhere, and robbers and bandits are also mixed in. There are even a large number of fake refugees hanging in there, eating and drinking for free. Although Thorn City can still hold on and can provide them with food, the other towns below are already unable to withstand it. And if they are not properly accepted, the refugees will be instigated by well-intentioned people and engage in violent conflicts with urban residents. Clashes between refugees and urban residents have become increasingly violent in recent days. The Countess is worried that these refugees will become a new source of chaos, and is asking all nobles to try their best to appease the refugees and ensure their basic living environment. Just with little success. After all, not every small noble has wealth like the Field family. Coupled with the fact that there are a large number of fake refugees among the refugees, the general small nobles will choose a simpler way to deal with them. That is keeping refugees out. Those towns without city walls suffered because there were not as many residents as there were refugees. In addition, the refugees were so hungry that they would desperately grab food. So wherever refugees pass through, a large number of residents become new refugees. Under this negative cycle, the situation in Fieldland will get worse and worse. Listening to the maid's sigh, Gray realized that this was a good opportunity. He changed his mind and said, "Tina, if I can solve the problem of these refugees, can I meet Miss Anna?" Gray's words made Tina a little shocked. Tina glanced at Gray. "If you can really solve this problem, I think Lady Anna will be impressed by you and will most likely agree to your request." Gray's eyes suddenly lit up. "Okay. That's it." Looking at Gray's smiling face, Tina felt a little funny in her heart. She didn't expect this man to want to meet Lady Anna so much. Don't be too happy too early. The problem of refugees is not that easy. It can't be solved by giving them some food. I advise you to give up some naive ideas, lest you not only lose face but also disappoint Lady Anna in the end. Quote. Tina looked at Gray with a smile on his face and couldn't help but remind him. Refugees have been the biggest headache for lords since ancient times. It's not easy to handle this well. She didn't believe that people like Gray, who had lived in a honeypot since childhood, could solve such a problem. Gray waved his hand indifferently after hearing Tina's reminder. "Tina, I know what's going on, don't worry." Tina twitched the corner of her mouth. "I won't worry about you." Tina didn't say anything anymore. She wanted to see what Gray was playing. With the goal in mind, Gray immediately called for the convoy to pass through the refugees and slums, and walk around the city along the streets. At the same time, he asked Tina about the situation in Thorn City. Mainly asking about the wealthy merchants and some major industries in Thorn City. Finally, he asked about some old facilities in Thorn City. After asking, Gray began to look at the scenery outside the car window intently. Tina didn't understand why Gray wanted to walk every main road in Thorn City. But since it was Gray's request, she was naturally satisfied. After a thorough tour, Gray asked someone to contact some wealthy businessmen. It wasn't until night that Gray returned to the castle. After returning home, he immediately asked for a rough map of Thorn City. While comparing the map, he asked Tina about the situation in the city. Tina was pestered by him for most of the night before she was let go. Gray fell asleep directly after Tina left. He was sleepy after staying up most of the night. All that's left is to wait for the Countess to give him authorization. And poor Tina couldn't rest in the middle of the night. After leaving Gray, she hurried to Count Anna to report on today's situation. After hearing that Gray did not stay in the room today, but took people out for a walk, the Countess, who was taking a bath in the bathroom, couldn't help but chuckle. Then, in the mist-filled bathroom, a lazy and tired female voice sounded. "It seems he can't stay any longer, but that's okay, it will be lonely staying in the castle all the time." The sound came from the deepest part of the bathroom. Tina only saw a red shadow flashing through the hazy water mist, and then the water mist in the bathroom became thicker and thicker. "Ms. Anna, Mistress Gray saw the refugees today," Tina said softly. "Oh, isn't he surprised and confused that I actually let refugees into the city?" In the thick fog, the lazy female voice came again. "No, he doesn't have any doubts about your behavior. He just said that he can solve the refugee problem, but he hopes to see you," Tina said quickly. Count Anna had some surprises. "Can he solve the refugee problem?" "That's what he said. He dragged me around for a whole day and asked about the situation of the merchants in the city and some old places in the city. He didn't ask about the refugees at all." Tina began to tease her secretly, and even told her story about how she was almost taken advantage of by Gray. The Countess in the bathroom laughed for a while. Then the Countess was silent for a while, and then she suddenly said, "Do you think he really knows how to make perfume? If he really does it, would you like it for you?" Listening to the Countess teasing, Tina's face turned red. "I don't want it, and there's no way he can make perfume," Tina said with some disgust in her tone. Okay, my nominal wife can't even see the gift, but you still dislike it." The Countess' words once again left the maid speechless. "Well, since he said he can solve the refugee problem, let's give him a chance. Anyway, I've been having a headache recently and don't know what to do. It's always good to have someone to help." There was some helplessness in the Countess' tone. Tina frowned. "But he has never been in contact with refugees. Is he really capable of solving this problem? Lady Anna, now those businessmen and nobles are complaining. At this time, if Lady Gray does not handle it well." The Countess's voice came. "It doesn't matter, it's reached this point anyway, and we have nothing to do. Why not let him try? If he can't solve it, I will step forward and take responsibility. Anyway, this is all my responsibility. Quote, you tell him tomorrow that I agree to his request." The Countess made the final decision. Tina didn't say anything more. She just looked at the depths of the bathroom with some worry, at the vaguely glowing red figure and the pair of red gold pupils that were still dazzling in the thick fog. Early the next morning, Gray received the good news from Tina, and the Countess agreed to his request. This makes Gray very motivated. As long as the refugee problem is solved, his development order will be basically stable. Thinking that he was about to have his own territory, Gray was a little excited. After breakfast, Gray stayed in his room practicing breathing techniques. It wasn't until today's practice was completed that she took the recent field family's expenditure report on refugees that Tina had collected. It was almost noon before Gray came out of the room. Master Gray, Harry, Parker, and Ken have arrived and they are drinking tea in the lounge. Tina named several people. Gray asked, "How long have they been here?" Tina, "About half an hour." Gray, "Take them to the restaurant. There should be enough food and drinks in the kitchen, right?" Tina, "Yes, the food is ready as you ordered." Gray, "That's good." Soon Gray arrived at the restaurant and saw the 3 businessmen he had contacted. These three people are involved in spices, furs, wine, cloth, bulk crops and other commodities. They are basically the most powerful businessmen in Thorn City. In addition to these ordinary commodities, their industry also involves trading magic materials, various gems, warcraft materials, etc. with adventurers. It can be said that these three people are the richest wealthy people in Thorn City besides the Field family. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, you three. I am Gray, Anna's husband. I invite the three of you to the castle this time because I want to meet you, make friends, and chat with you. After all, we will have a lot of needs. Cooperate, I hope the three of you will not refuse. As soon as he entered the door, Gray showed a bright smile and communicated with the three businessmen in a gentle and friendly manner. This made the already nervous businessmen even more anxious. Recently, as news broke that Black Rock City had been breached, what followed was an endless flow of refugees. The Lord is kind and generous, and ordered all the forces under his command to contribute to help. These big businessmen who do business in the noble territories have a close relationship with the nobles. The Field family has opened many doors for them, and they are willing to reciprocate. There are just too many refugees. Those stupid and ignorant guys, like bedbugs, continued to rob some of their shops and businesses after eating the relief food they provided. It was a repayment of kindness with hatred, and their industry was seriously damaged. Most of the properties in the towns were snapped up by the refugees. In the past few days, they have transferred all their properties outside the city to big cities with tall walls. Although this can avoid being robbed by refugees, it also brings their business to a standstill. In addition, they received news of many former clients being killed by refugees. This made them hate those refugees extremely. It has even reached the point where they wish to let the refugees die. As long as those refugees exist, they will lose money. If the Countess's husband wants them to continue to provide help to those hateful refugees, then they have to refuse even if they bite the bullet. This cannot go on. The Lord is too kind. There are only about 10,000 refugees, and most of them are not real refugees. These 10,000 people had no hope of survival. They had lost the foundation on which they relied for survival. Relying on relief food all the time is not the answer. With 10,000 mouths, the food eaten every day is unacceptable. If you want them to live independently, then they need to be given ready-made land and housing. Now even if Blackstone City is rebuilt, there is no way to solve this problem. It will not take short time to rebuild Black Rock City. And those brainless refugees will not be willing to wander in the slums forever. Once the number of refugees in Thorn City exceeds 1,000, there is a risk of riots. Those refugees have reached the edge of despair, and they will not be willing to die like this. They will try their best to plunder other people's survival resources. Now the businessmen in the city are panicking. If the refugee problem is not solved, they will have no choice but to leave here early. Refugee riots are no joke. The Lord's castle with its powerful armed force is naturally not afraid. But it's different for those of them who live just a few blocks from the slums. Those greedy guys will break into their homes, take over their property, possess their women, and kill them. Even if they knew that doing so would soon face bloody suppression by the army, they would not hesitate. Because they have long been desperate. This time they accepted Gray's invitation, not only because of the reputation of Lord Gray's husband, but also because they wanted to use this lord to amplify their dissatisfaction and demands to the Countess. After hearing Gray's gentle voice and sensing his approachable temperament, several businessmen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this adult seemed to be quite friendly to them. Unlike the Countess, she had a very tough attitude towards them. Master Gray, that's too kind. It's an honor for us to be friends with Master Gray. Harry was the first to speak. His property was the most severely damaged, so he was naturally the most restless. Yes, Mr. Gray is too polite. The other two people echoed, and the three of them looked at each other as they spoke, and they all understood what each other meant. The three of them asked their servants to carry boxes and wooden boxes in from the door almost at the same time. Gray sat calmly on the main seat. Although he invites others to be guests, nobles are nobles. Nobles don't need to bring gifts to merchants' gatherings. After all, just being able to go is the best gift in return for the merchants. But it's different when businessmen come to the nobles' mansions. Whether they come to your door on their own initiative or are invited, a meeting gift is indispensable. Soon, in front of Gray, wooden boxes filled with jewelry, spices, precious leathers, fine porcelain and other luxuries were lined up in a row. From a visual inspection, these are estimated to cost several thousand gold coins. Of course, the most precious things are the various magic materials and secret medicines contained in those small wooden boxes. Gray glanced at them and found that they were basically used for warriors and knights to practice physical training or to practice fighting spirit. Obviously, these three people came prepared. In just a few days, they already knew about Gray practicing fighting spirit in the castle. This is normal. There are hundreds of servants and maids in the castle, and Gray has never hidden his cultivation. Many people in the castle knew about it, so it was normal for the representatives of these businessmen to know about Gray's situation. Gray took a sip of tea and nodded with satisfaction. Then he showed a gentler and brighter smile to the three big businessmen. If you are interested, I will ask someone to prepare lunch. Tina, put these things away and ask someone to serve the food. I want to have lunch with my new friends. Tina, she asked the boxes and wooden boxes to be taken away with an expressionless expression, and then looked at Gray with the corners of his mouth almost cracked to the base of his ears. Seeing the heated atmosphere between Gray and the three businessmen, Tina sneered in her heart. It was just as she expected. Gray simply didn't understand how cunning those businessmen were. Those businessmen are as cunning as foxes. Gray actually drank and ate meat with them as brothers. It is estimated that it will not be long before the businessmen are touting it. Is this guy really solving the refugee problem? He is clearly trying to make money. Forget about making money. He looked very happy, without any of the posture or appearance of Lady Anna's husband. So shameful. Tina felt all sorts of unhappiness welling up in her heart. At this moment, the three businessmen saw that the atmosphere was already in place. Gray's attitude is also very clear and he stands with them. So they were ready to get down to business. Harry was still the first to speak. Master Gray, alas, originally when we met you for the first time, we should have prepared a more generous meeting gift for you, but you also know that those refugees have gone too far recently. They have eaten our relief. Instead of being grateful, they led people along the way to rob our property. We are also suffering unspeakably. It's not that we have no sympathy, but those refugees are simply born bad. Those untouchables are greedy and violent in nature. They are demanding excessively and constantly harming other people, causing a few of us to suffer heavy losses. That's all. Anyway, we are hiding in the city. No matter how bad the refugees are, they can't hurt us. But in the past few days, refugees have begun to appear in Thorn City. Master Gray, you don't know that those bedbugs are the best at repaying kindness with revenge. Many cities have pitied them and sympathized with them, allowing them to live in the city to protect them from wild beasts and monsters. It was good for them. After entering the city, they not only made trouble every day, but were not satisfied with receiving relief food. In the end, they robbed all the people and merchants in the city. They even brutally committed many murders. Master Gray, those are the saviors who helped them get through the difficulties. Those white-eyed wolves actually attacked the benefactors who saved them. Do you think those guys deserve to die? Now there are those bed bugs in Thorn City. We are really afraid that those guys will gather and harm our lives, so we hope that Lord Gray can take pity on the poor people in the city and drive all those bed bugs out of the city. Bed bugs should be rotting away in a dark corner of the wild, not disgusting others in the sun. If Lord Gray can help persuade Lord Earl to drive those refugees out of the city, our business and industry will soon be restored to what it was before. At that time, we will be able to provide Mr. Gray with a generous meeting gift. Harry said with a smile, and in his words, he had already reduced the refugees to nothing. The other two businessmen also nodded repeatedly, and they were also observing Gray's reaction. If this adult can agree, then they can feel at ease. If not, then they can only give up everything here. There is no way, if a lord is kind to the refugees but harsh to those who bring wealth and benefits to the territory, then this land will no longer be inhabited by merchants. They will leave as soon as possible. And Gray's reaction did not disappoint them. Gray, who was drunk, was furious when he heard what Harry said. He was slapped on the table right then and there. Is there such a thing? How dare those refugees retaliate? Harry, I will definitely help with this matter. You are right, it is too dangerous to let those refugees wander around the city. Gray burped and continued. I'll have people drive those refugees out of the city right now. Harry, don't worry, I'll take care of things. Gray's chest slapped loudly. Okay, okay. Master Gray's words are enough. Several businessmen were overjoyed, and their frowns relaxed. They never expected that Gray would actually be willing to help them like this just after meeting them once and having a glass of wine. This young noble seems to be really talking to them. Although merchants have always been rich, their status is not aristocratic after all, and nobles do not respect merchants too much. Even if those businessmen brought them huge benefits. In the eyes of the nobles, it is also because of their permission and support that these businessmen have their current wealth. Therefore, the friendship between businessmen and nobles is usually accompanied by huge benefits, and is destined to be a relationship dominated by intern nobles. And it is really rare to find a noble person as friendly as Gray. Gray gave them the feeling that there was no aristocratic arrogance and alienation at all. It's like treating them as true friends. Of course, the three Harrys are all old foxes who have lived for decades. No matter how close Gray was to them, this was the first time they met. After a brief exchange, Harry and the three of them knew that Gray seemed approachable, but if he thought about it carefully, he knew that this nobleman was not simple. Being able to put down the aristocratic airs without any psychological burden, and be able to chat with old guys like them in a good-natured manner, and it makes people feel very comfortable. The ability to grow light is not something that ordinary people have. All three of them secretly lamented that the Countess had found a good helper. Thinking of the Countess's always tough attitude, and then thinking of Gray's approachability. All three of them felt that there was still hope for Thorn City. It wasn't until the lunch was almost over that Gray finally spoke. I just heard you say that many of your shops have been smashed, and even many factories outside the city have been burned down. I was very heartbroken after hearing this. After all, it is easy to destroy, but it is too difficult to create. After all, you are big businessmen in our territory and have contributed a lot to the territory. You are worried that Anna will not let your losses be in vain, and the Field family will not treat everyone who contributes to the territory badly. People who give. The refugee problem will be solved soon. As a friend, I don't want you to keep losing money because of the factory problems. Well, it happens that an industrial zone will be built near Thorns City specifically to support you in building factories. This incident has made us understand that buildings with great economic value like factories still need to pay attention to their safety. Although this refugee incident was not caused by the Field family, the Lord is responsible after all, and I can make the decision. We will rebuild the factory for you at a very low price. You only need to be responsible for the workers' food and 5 copper coins a day. What do you think? As soon as Gray finished speaking, the 3 businessmen and Tina on the side frowned. Harry and the 3 looked at each other. They couldn't believe their ears. Originally they were worrying about their own factory problems. Businessmen did not become rich overnight, but had a slow development process. This means that most of their bases are not in big cities like Thorn City. On the contrary, it is in some small towns that the merchants have their roots. Because businessmen are civilians after all. Most civilians slowly develop and grow in small places, and then gradually encroach on the market in big cities. The same is true for the 3 Harrys. Most of their factories were built in the early days, so most of them are near small towns. So this time they were severely damaged. They are also considering whether to buy land in Thorn City to set up a factory. It's just that Thorn City has many requirements, and the factory requires a large area, and the price is probably more than 10 times higher than outside. So during this period, several businessmen were anxious about finding a suitable place to rebuild their factory and could not sleep all night. Now when they heard the word industrial zone, the 3 people's eyes lit up. Master Gray, what does industrial area mean? The 3 of them surrounded Gray with shining eyes. Gray waved his hand to signal them to calm down, and then he spoke, smelling of alcohol. That's you, and I won't tell anyone else. Isn't the plain next to the city of Thorns near the Lena River unable to be turned into farmland due to soil quality problems? Anna had wanted to expand the city of Thorns before, but she never had the chance. Now the monsters are restless, and Field territory has suffered some losses. Many merchants and nobles in the territory are panicked. You don't need to hide it. I understand you, so I tell you that Thorn City is planning to expand the city area. The main reason is to add an industrial area. It is specially used to build factories for you, and the land price will not be very high. Of course, it is not high now. When the industrial zone is repaired and the city walls are occupied, not only you, but other businessmen will definitely take notice. The land price will not necessarily be high by then. After all, the industrial zone is protected by a city wall, and in order to make up for your losses, the commodity tax on each item will be reduced a little. The most important thing is that the industrial zone is part of Thorn City. Every day there will be guards patrolling to ensure safety. It can be said that building a factory in the industrial zone is definitely the safest place in the entire field. Moreover, this is the most prosperous place in field. A considerable part of your products are sold in the city. By then, you won't have to do what you did before. Hiring escorts to escort merchandise. Oh, there are so many benefits. Gray pretended to be too drunk and didn't want to say more. He finally said, "Someone has already reserved a large piece of land. If you want it, you must do it as soon as possible. You know how attractive the news I said is. You go back and think about it carefully." After Gray finished speaking, he motioned to the maids to see off the guests. Harry, the three of them, and Nakan just left like that. The three of them stood firmly in place as if they had roots on their feet. "This is a great thing. Mr. Gray, if what you say is true, of course we are willing to buy land to build a factory. But you also know that we have suffered too many losses recently. If we want to buy land, it will definitely cost a lot of money. There is only one chance, and we want to make sure, will the industrial zone really be established?" Harry was a little unsure, and his expression was a little tangled. He heard clearly what Gray just said. If the factory has the patronage of the Field family, of course he is willing, and the other party also promises to lower the commodity tax. Commodity tax is the bulk of commercial tax revenue. Not to mention too much, even if each item is reduced by 1 copper plate, if a small amount adds up to a big sum, it will be an astronomical sum in a year. This is a real benefit. No one will be unmoved when it comes to commodity tax. The only thing that made him hesitate was that the news came from Gray. If it came from the Countess, then he would have to spend all his money to buy a piece of land in an industrial area. So worth it. Gray had already anticipated the other party's reaction. He casually threw a planning document on the table. Above is the development map of the industrial area and some data. Most importantly, it has the Countess's signature and the seal of the Field family. Upon seeing this, Harry and the three of them suddenly took a breath. This is real. In an instant, the three of them felt excited. Unexpectedly, I was waiting for someone to come for a meal and bump into this incredible wealth. The three of them got excited on the spot and signed a contract directly on the spot. They determined their attitude of building a factory locally. That afternoon, boxes of gold and silver jewelry were carried from the manor to Rose Castle by 3 people. Tina on one side was numb. She had been following Gray just now and witnessed with her own eyes that this guy made a full 300,000 gold coins in just one lunch just by talking about it. This almost cost the three of them most of their net worth. But instead of feeling uncomfortable, the three of them looked happy. Those who were happy with their contracts went home. Of course, they spent 300,000 gold coins not only to buy land, but also included a factory building package. They were even prepared to build some employee dormitories, bathhouses, toilets, and even sewers and other facilities under Gray's instigation. Mainly because what Gray said was so good, this guy was even able to draw the effects and show them to them. The most important thing is that no capitalist can resist the temptation to make employees 996. With the dormitory, employees can save time to go home, control the time employees go to and from work, and even work in alternating black and white shifts. After hearing Gray's words, the three of them felt like they were enlightened. Wonderful. Why didn't they think of using the evening time? If the factory could be kept running all day long, wouldn't production efficiency take off? They were trembling with excitement just thinking about it. In this case, building employee dormitories, employee bathhouses, canteens, toilets, etc. are of little importance. The three Harrys even felt that they had bought too little land, and were planning to borrow more money to buy more land. Build more staff dormitories so that workers can work with peace of mind. In the evening, after counting the gold coins, Tina reported the numbers to Gray. At the same time, the maid who had been silent all day finally couldn't help but speak. Master Gray, do you really want to drive the refugees out of the city? Tina is not a saintly person. But the current situation is not that the Countess is too kind and unwilling to expel the refugees. But the Countess must show that she will work hard for her people. Refugees are her people too. As a lord, she must make it clear that she will provide relief to the refugees. She had no second choice in this matter. Unless she's prepared to lose people's hearts. The development of a territory is closely related to its population. In every territory, in addition to those who sold themselves to the Lord, there were also mostly floating populations. If people are willing to live here and contribute to the territory, that is their choice. If once a lord shows cruelty and loses his or her human heart, the population will begin to disappear. The field territory is on the border of the kingdom, and the territory requires a large population to support a large army. So the Countess's attitude was clear from the beginning. Now the refugees have become another disaster, and the Countess is also a headache, but she cannot directly drive away the refugees. As the Countess's husband, Gray would be considered the Countess's intention if he wanted to expel the refugees. By then it may have irreversible effects. Tina actually criticized those refugees, but she understood that they were in trouble now. So she no longer blamed Gray for being too cold-blooded, but warned Gray to be cautious. Maybe you'll get into big trouble if you're not careful. Although the current situation has reached the time when a decision must be made. Gray glanced at Tina. His expression was relaxed, but his tone was firm. Of course, this has to be done. Refugees are indeed pitiful and need help and care, but the premise of all this is to ensure that other people in the territory will not feel afraid or in danger. Not only do I want to expel refugees, I also call on all cities and towns in the territory to expel refugees. Gray said and touched his belly. Tina, it's time for you to go ask the kitchen to cook me dinner. Tina sighed after hearing this, and he heard the determination in Gray's tone. She looked at Gray deeply and said, I hope you can really solve the problem. At first, she really doubted Gray's ability to solve problems. But after witnessing Gray getting along with 3 businessmen who gave the Countess a headache, and making the 3 of them willingly shell out a huge sum of 300,000 gold coins, Tina suddenly discovered that Gray didn't seem to be as bad as she thought. At least he is really good at talking. In the past, when the Countess asked these businessmen to take out money, each of these businessmen would cry out and wanted to take out their patched underwear and show it to her on the spot. Now, these 3 old foxes are worth 300,000 gold coins. The treasury of Rose Castle was filled up, and several empty rooms were filled before it was finished. Such a large amount of money is equivalent to Field's 10 years of accumulation. As border earls, the Field family coffers were never full. Because they need to support the army, warriors, knights, and magicians. Even if they have vast and fertile land, they usually only have less than 100,000 gold coins as reserves in their treasury. When it was small, there were less than 30,000. This came down to 300,000, which really shocked Tina. Gray's astonishing ability to make money also gave Tina some hope for him. Tina asked someone to prepare dinner for Gray. After Gray returned to the room, she reported today's events to the Countess, who had just returned from outside. As soon as the Countess heard that she had been gone for a day, Gray filled up his family's coffers to the point where they couldn't even hold them all. Anna suddenly felt light and airy all over, with an unreal feeling. It wasn't until she saw the boxes of yellow gold coins in the vault with her own eyes that she leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. Really, it's all true. Anna wished she could sleep on the gold coins tonight. The Field family's treasury was not very rich to begin with, and with the rebuilding of Black Rock City and the eradication of monsters, the family's money was not much left. She was still worried about the weapons and armor of her warriors and the knights' horses. As a result, when I turned around, my husband, whom I had just brought back, solved the money problem. For a moment, Anna wanted to rush directly to Gray's room and meet her nominal husband. But she soon calmed down. She looked down at her palm, which had fine scales. Under the red scales, there were wisps of dried blood. With her current appearance, she would probably frighten the little guy if she appeared in front of him. Forget it. Anna suppressed the urge to see Gray, but she felt more curious and expectant about Gray. Originally, she didn't have high expectations for Gray, and Gray was indeed a tool in Anna's eyes, a tool used to carry on the family line. If nothing else happened, she would only have such a tool husband in her life. But after listening to Tina's narration today, she became somewhat curious about Gray. She didn't understand how Gray, a person who had never been exposed to business since he was a child, could chat with those three old foxes. But there's no doubt that Gray has shown her ability to surprise. And she doesn't have this ability. This gave Anna some surprises. Originally I just picked a tool man, but I didn't expect to find a treasure. Anna also sighed slightly when she heard Tina say that Gray would drive away the refugees and would call on all the nobles in the entire field territory to drive away the refugees. She didn't accuse Gray of anything. Because even if Gray doesn't make this choice, she will do it in the end. Anna thought for a while and said, "Now that he has decided, I will support him. If an accident occurs, I will declare that it is my will and I will bear all the consequences." Anna paused again at this point. Also, what is the situation in that industrial area? Why is there my signature and family crest on it? Tina's mouth twitched when she heard this. I asked. Master Gray said that he saw your signature on the wedding book and the family crest on the day he married you, so he remembered it and then imitated an identical copy. Anna, I didn't expect him to be quite capable. Tell him that he can ask me for the truth next time. Also, tell him that he is not allowed to imitate my signature and do bad things. Anna said, taking some bloody pieces of meat from the attendant on the side. These are the most essential parts of high-level monsters. Add them to Gray's 3 meals a day. Tina took the pieces of meat, and the pieces of meat weighing dozens of kilograms were placed easily and steadily on Tina's slender palms. The slender arms seemed not to feel any weight. Ms. Anna, haven't these high-end materials been given priority to the army in the past? For Mistress Gray, ordinary warcraft flesh and blood should be enough. Tina didn't understand something. Anna glanced at Tina. He is my husband. Since he is willing to practice, I will fully support him. This can be regarded as my compensation to him. Who forced him to marry a monster? Anna smiled self-deprecatingly, then turned around to reveal a pair of red vertical pupils with a hint of golden light. Chapter 11. You are not a monster. How can others understand your greatness? No one can say you are a monster. Tina retorted with a serious face. After hearing Tina's rebuttal, Anna seemed to be in a better mood. Tina, don't worry about this, I'm going to the bathroom first, and you should go to bed early. After Anna finished speaking, she turned around and left. Tina looked at Anna's back and couldn't help but said, Ms. Anna, you have used power too frequently during this period, and the power will accelerate the erosion of your body. If Mr. Gray solves the refugee problem and you agree to meet him, you probably don't want to see him in his alienated form, otherwise you wouldn't have been avoiding him, but if you continue to use your power like this, I'm afraid it will take a long time to wait for the power to cool down and return to normal posture. Lord Gray may not be able to wait. Although I don't know why he is so eager to meet you, I can feel his mood. Quote. Anna, who was leaving, chuckled when she heard this. I guess he doesn't want to see me, he probably wants me to help or something like that. In this case, it will be much more convenient. You only need to be able to communicate with him, and there is no need to actually see me. Quote. Count Anna has some understanding of Gray. After all, she has sent out all her personal maids. It is very simple to have the most basic understanding of Gray. She knew from the moment Gray proposed to solve the refugee problem in exchange for seeing her that Gray didn't have the ability to see her, but just needed a chance to communicate with her. So she wasn't worried about her appearance at all. Because she was not prepared to let Gray see her current appearance. A monster bride should have the consciousness of a monster bride. At least it can't scare her husband who doesn't know the truth. Although she doesn't have much affection for this husband whom she has not had much contact with. But there is a saying that goes well, girlish feelings are always poetry. If possible, she still wanted Gray to see her best side. Originally, on her wedding day, she was planning to become a real couple with Gray. But that night, Black Rock City was broken. As a lord, she naturally went to the front line immediately and used the powerful power in her body. Likewise, the powerful power brought serious side effects. Since then, he has been avoiding Gray. I don't know what Gray's attitude is towards her as a wife. Thinking about it from his perspective, Anna could also imagine how sad and angry the other party would be. If it were her, she would definitely feel that the other party was not interested in her, and that she was a tool and could be replaced at any time. Although she does regard Gray as a tool, she also regards him as a tool to carry on the family line. She doesn't expect the other person's love. Her physical condition also does not allow her to obtain love. However, she really regarded Gray as her husband. If possible, she hoped that Gray could live a respectful life with her instead of being hostile to her and hating her. However, given the current situation, she also understood that the resentment and anger in Gray's heart were not so easy to appease. She could only make up for her husband in every aspect. As for the real meeting, we have to wait until her alienated state is lifted. During this period, in order to solve the problem in the Donglet Mountains, she used her power very frequently, and the alienated state would last for a long time. She could only wait patiently while constantly trying to make up for Gray in other ways. Hopefully Gray can understand her. Tina. I understand. On the other side of the castle while Anna and Tina were communicating. In Gray's room, Gray scratched his head. Am I too genius? Why did I learn the mental power cultivation method that is said to be more difficult to cultivate than Do Chi in one go? Gray couldn't believe it. Mental power was the basis of the strength of magicians. Every magician can be called the pride of heaven. No matter in any country in the world, magicians receive top-notch treatment. Because if warriors and knights are rare talents, then magicians are rare talents. In terms of combat effectiveness, the power of magicians is also difficult for warriors to compete with. The magician's attack methods are numerous and unpredictable. Even a novice magician can threaten intermediate and advanced warriors if he gets serious. Not to mention those high-level magicians, their role is comparable to the tactical nuclear bombs in previous lives. One person is enough to withstand thousands of troops. Whether it is at the strategic or tactical level, the role of magicians far exceeds that of other beings. The field territory supports several magicians, and each of them is the treasure of the field territory. Generally, there is no need for them to take action. You can imagine the dignity of the magician. The reason why Gray cultivated his spiritual power was to cast a wide net to catch more fish. Based on the choice of how many shots you can make, when he first chose to practice the secret method, he also chose the method of spiritual power cultivation. It's not that he has confidence, it's mainly because he's lucky. It was not until later that he easily cultivated fighting spirit and truly became a strong man. His need for cultivating mental power has become much lower. Of course, the main reason is that he doesn't think he has the talent to practice magic. He is able to practice fighting spirit because he has the warrior blood of the Harrington family in his body. Most of them have some talent and can cultivate fighting spirit. But cultivating spiritual power is different. So his focus in the past 2 days has been on the pioneering order and the refugees. This evening was also because he had already made preparations to deal with the refugees. There was no need to waste time thinking tonight, so I thought that I still had a secret method for cultivating mental power with me. He thought about giving it a try, and if it didn't work, he would exchange the book, so as not to forget it in a few days. Unexpectedly, he learned it after just one attempt. This surprised Gray a little. He is now truly convinced and certain that his body has received a special kind of strengthening. Whether it's fighting spirit or mental strength, you can learn it all at once. Gray feels that his golden finger has not yet reached its upper limit. But for now, he has no idea how to develop this cheat. But since you can cultivate spiritual power, of course he is planning to take up a part-time job as a magician, a very capable and competent profession. Too many skills don't overwhelm the body. Besides, this world is so dangerous. It was absolutely right for him to learn more about life-saving power. Well, the improvement of mental power can improve my reaction and perception. These 2 points alone are a huge improvement for warriors and knights. I didn't expect that the power of magicians, warriors, and knights can complement each other. The improved mental power will not only allow me to become a magician, but also improve my melee combat skills. It is very cost-effective. Gray realized the benefits of having more abilities. Work harder to cultivate your mental strength. Mental strength is more difficult to cultivate than fighting spirit. The biggest reason is that fighting spirit is energy in the body and can be sensed by the physical body. And spiritual power is an illusory and ethereal force, hard to sense and exercise. This question is not difficult for Gray. His powerful learning ability directly ignored this problem. Let Gray practice very quickly. Gray doesn't know what other people's cultivation speed is. But after Gray practiced hard for most of the night, he could clearly feel a faint tingling sensation between his eyebrows. It was as if there was an invisible force gathering there and trying to break through all constraints. The improvement of mental power has obviously brought Gray's control over his body to a new level. Gray was also helpless. He cultivated his spiritual power, and as a result, his melee combat improved to a new level. It's not that he is floating, he really feels that his strength has improved. I don't know what level my strength is. After the refugee problem is solved, I have to find a chance to give it a try. Gray stretched, then got into the quilt, and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, Gray went out. Today he had to take Harry and the three of them outside the city to see the pie he had drawn for them. The three Harrys were in a good mood last night and slept very comfortably. This morning they were all refreshed and full of joy. Especially when I saw that the place Gray mentioned actually had officials under the Lord measuring various data, the excitement reached its peak. Really, Gray didn't lie to them. The Lord really wants to build an industrial zone. The three of them looked around. Although it was close to Thorn City, due to soil quality problems, there were no farms or fields, only the occasional hunter's house. Harry and the three of them took a look and found that the officials from Thorn City seemed to be acting very secretly. It seems that they don't want others to know what they are doing too soon. Who are the three Harrys? An old fox who has been in the shopping mall for decades. As soon as I saw this scene, I immediately understood what the Lord meant. This is obviously not intended to be a big publicity. In other words, the industrial zone was not prepared for all businessmen from the beginning. It's right when you think about it. This kind of good thing should go to those businessmen who are close to the Lord. Moreover, although the industrial zone seems to be quite large, it cannot contain more wolves than meat. Not to mention other people, the three of them still felt that after buying land worth 300,000 gold coins, it was not enough. This kind of safe and secure place is inherently delicious. And it is foreseeable that this place will definitely become the development center of Thorn City in the future, and the land here will definitely appreciate in value in the future. You won't lose anything. Now the three of them felt their hearts in their stomachs. And the three of them were secretly happy. Although they are one of the most famous businessmen in field territory. But because of the refugee issue, the relationship with the Countess had become rather tense. If Gray hadn't given them the information about the industrial area, maybe they won't get news about the industrial zone until all the cakes in the industrial zone are divided up. Apparently, the Countess had never intended for them to share the cake in the first place. Fortunately, Gray was there, otherwise they would have suffered a big loss this time. Now that there are people like Gray by the Lord's side, some of their previous ideas and attitudes need to change. We need to build a good relationship with the Lord again. In addition, the three of them were all thinking about how to get more money and buy more land without disturbing others. Now that the huge interests of the industrial zone have been determined, as businessmen, it is absolutely impossible for them to simply let it go. Master Gray, do you know how many vacant lots in the industrial area are still unsold? Considering that the land here will appreciate in value in the future, the three Harrys immediately became concerned about the remaining amount of land. Even if they can't use up all the land here, they can buy a large amount now before land prices rise, and then sell them at a high price. This time, it is a huge benefit, and no one will be tempted. Gray pretended to be embarrassed. Well, I can't say this. As you all know, Anna doesn't want to let too many people know, let alone leak the specific situation. I can only say that the land here is only half. After today, it is estimated that there will be even less. Even though this place is big, it is actually impossible to satisfy everyone. There are already people buying in large quantities at Anna's side, and some land must be reserved for the official sale of the industrial zone, so. Quote. The three of them understood Gray's words. The three of them were secretly frightened, but felt that it was very reasonable. For such matters with huge benefits, the benefits are usually distributed before they are announced. They all fell in love with Gray, which made them join this feast of profit sharing. Master Gray, you must leave us more land. Harry and the other three immediately became anxious. Gray looked helpless. I helped you yesterday, which already made Anna unhappy. As you know, Anna is the Lord after all and has many things to consider. I don't dare to interfere casually anymore. The three of them, Harry, looked at each other and secretly cursed Gray for being so greedy. I just gave a gift of several thousand gold coins yesterday, and now I'm asking for money again. Yes, they were right, Gray just wanted money. If you have no money, who will open the door for you? If you have money, everyone is your friend. No money. Sorry, I am the Lord's husband and I have to think about other people in the territory. The three of them gritted their teeth and decided to comply with Gray's request. The three of them quickly returned to their respective residences, and during lunchtime, they carried out a lot of gold and silver jewelry from home. This time they gave Gray 30,000 gold coins in one go. 10,000 gold coins per person. This time the money was not sent to the Field family's coffers, but to Gray's small coffers. The money from selling the land yesterday was earned from selling the land after all, and Gray wanted to increase the Countess' favorability, so he didn't withhold it privately. He only kept the meeting gift that the three people gave him yesterday. Today's 30,000 gold coins were earned by himself, and he took the money with confidence. 30,000 gold coins is a lot of money for a noble. With his pockets bulging, Gray felt much happier while drinking. Under the enthusiastic praise of the three Harrys, Gray patted his chest and promised to at least reserve the same size of land for them as yesterday. However, the requirement is that all gold coins must be paid within 3 days. Otherwise the contract will be void. 3 days was a bit rushed, but the three of them still gritted their teeth and agreed. After lunch, the three of them hurried home to raise money. Gray took Tina and his own escort to the other side of the city. Outside the city gate, the refugees all looked desperate, and their miserable wails continued. They managed to escape from the west. They originally thought that Thorns City would become their support, but they didn't expect that Thorns City would fall out so quickly. This plunged the refugees into despair. Under the leadership of caring people, these refugees soon began to become restless. However, after they had been restless for only a few minutes, they saw groups of soldiers wearing armor and carrying bright swords, shields, spears and bows walking out of the city gate. Immediately, the noisy and restless refugees outside the city gate fell silent. Although the refugees were restless, they also understood that at this time, they were hungry and cold and had no room to resist against the regular army. At the same time, they also knew that if Thorns City used the army to suppress them, then their resistance would be meaningless. For a moment, the refugees fell into complete despair. Gray looked at the dark mass of refugees below on the city wall. While eating the sweet fruits brought by the maids next to him, he asked people to move out the things he had ordered before. Soon, several large wooden barrels were delivered outside the city by carriage. At the same time, the smell of food quickly escaped from the barrels. Smelling the smell of food, hope suddenly rose in the hearts of the desperate refugees. Soon, a young official came out from behind the soldiers. This is the person Gray arranged. The official stood on a carriage and spoke to the dark crowd of refugees in front of him. Don't be anxious, don't be afraid. The Lord knows how uneasy and scared you are right now, so he specially asked us to bring you food. The young official spoke loudly, his energetic face full of confidence and calmness. As soon as they heard that there was food to eat, the refugees suddenly became restless again. Everyone wanted to squeeze to the front for fear of not being able to eat in the back. But at this time, the young official who was originally smiling suddenly became serious. The soldiers around him immediately drew their swords at his signal. In an instant, the sound of swords being drawn was heard everywhere, causing the refugees who were already in chaos to calm down again. The young official stared at the refugees in front of him with a gloomy expression. His tone was no longer as amiable as before. Instead, he had a cold tone. Did I not make it clear just now? What do you idiots think is the fuss about? I'm talking to you properly, but you just won't listen. I have to scold you fools for you to feel comfortable, right? A bunch of garbage like bed bugs. The Lord is kind to you and gives you food and keeps you safe. You should kneel down and thank me. You uneducated thing, you don't know how to be grateful when you smell the food. This is Thorns City, please stay calm. Now everyone, line up to get the food. There is enough food, as long as you can eat it. The young official showed a weird smile, and looked at the refugees with undisguised disgust and contempt. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be killed on the spot. After the young official finished speaking, he jumped off the carriage and slowly said to the soldiers on the side, "Distribute food to them." After hearing his words, the soldiers began to organize the refugees to line up. Because of the deterrence of the soldiers, the refugees did not dare to be restless. After a few refugees took the initiative to line up, others quickly lined up. Soon the first refugee was receiving a night of mushy food. The unkempt refugee was so hungry that he took a big sip from the bowl. The next moment, he frowned slightly. These mushy foods tasted good, but they tasted a bit strange. A little sour and a little bitter. It tastes completely different from the relief food distributed by students some time ago. But this refugee didn't complain. Although the food here doesn't taste good, the bowl in his hand is twice as big as the one he used in the city before, and the depth of this large bowl is also higher than the small bowls that were issued in the city before. The amount of food in a bowl is several times that in the city. I just took a sip and it didn't taste very good, but the food was hot, very sticky, very filling and stomach-warming. This made the eyes of the refugees who had not had enough to eat for a long time brighten up. They have no other choice. Being able to eat enough is what they enjoy most. As for the taste, it is not the focus. Compared with the watery food eaten in the city, the refugees prefer this kind of food outside the city. Soon, rows and rows of refugees were squatting outside the entire city gate, eating happily. Of course, not everyone among the refugees likes to eat this kind of food. For example, those who are clearly not refugees from Black Rock City, but who clearly have families and land in some places. They just wanted to take advantage and blended in with the refugees. Their purpose was not to eat such strange-tasting food. They just want to eat and drink for free, and if possible, they also hope that chaos will break out, allowing them to fish in troubled waters in the middle. Such people naturally have some requirements for food. They just took a bite and their faces turned dark immediately. Everyone started to argue again. What is this? Is this for people to eat? Bah, this is not food at all, but swill. Why doesn't the Lord even provide us with the most basic normal food? We are also residents of the territory, and our ancestors have worked hard for the field territory. Yes, you can't do this. We want an explanation. People with evil intentions among the refugees outside the city began to become restless. But because they were surrounded by soldiers, they did not dare to stand up and speak loudly. He could only make a fuss in a low voice in the crowd, and then tease other people around him, saying that the food tastes bad, his family is gone, and he is also a person who has contributed to the territory, why can't he eat better food? Some people said that there was obviously a lot of food in the city, but the Lord was unwilling to let them eat and clothe themselves. The previous promises made by the Lord to keep them fed and safe were broken by her. The human heart is a very complex thing. Nor can I resist temptation and teasing. Especially when there are people with ulterior motives all around. Those who are real refugees will soon be shaken. They would begin to think that, yes, it was a given that the Lord provided them with food. They are the sufferers. There is so much food in the city, why can't we give them some good food? Why do they have to be this horrible tasting food? The fake refugees in the crowd saw that the people around them started to become restless, and they knew that they had persuaded these idiots. Just as they were getting more and more proud, suddenly, the soldiers outside began to collect those big bowls. The refugees had almost eaten all the food because of hunger. Even if there was some uneaten food, they quickly finished the last food when it was time to collect the bowls. Then lined up to return the bowl. But soon, the crowd noticed something was wrong, because the refugees who had exchanged their bowls did not return to their previous group, but were taken to another open space by the soldiers. And as the refugees were taken away one by one, the originally crowded crowd was immediately reduced by half. The remaining half were holding large bowls, and the food in the bowls was either untouched or had only been tasted. Gray saw this scene on the city wall, put a grape into his mouth, then wiped his hands and said, "That's it, I'll catch all the remaining people." As his orders were given, the fake refugees who refused to eat suddenly became frightened. The wolf-like soldiers changed their calmness before. Each one showed a cruel smile, and held down the fake refugee at the front with their weapons. When the fake refugees behind realized something was wrong, they immediately turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, there was already a crowd behind them. There are a lot of fake refugees, and they want to use their numerical advantage to force their way out. The result is of course tragic. Although the military in this world has some particularly powerful array formations, they are professional soldiers after all, and they are border soldiers. They have fought against monsters, alien races, and other countries too many times, and they have honed their skills in actual combat. Cooperation method. The moment the unarmed fake refugees rushed forward, they were harvested by archers, and the rest were surrounded and suppressed by small groups of soldiers. Seeing that the land under the city was slowly turning crimson, Gray clicked his tongue. He felt uncomfortable for a moment just now. After all, it was the first time he saw a murder scene, or a massacre. The wailing and begging for mercy of those fake refugees made him feel sympathy for a moment. But strangely, he only moved for a moment and then calmed down. As if he was used to such bloody scenes, he even took a sip of the bright red wine with interest. After the fake refugees stopped resisting and tried to escape, Gray spoke slowly. People are always like this, never look back until they hit the wall. Bring them all to the industrial zone I mentioned before. Give them tools and lay the foundation for me first. This is a big project, and my 3 good friends want to buy another 300,000 gold coins of land. Gray said with a smile, then turned to look at the real refugees on the other side. These people, according to my previous instructions, take them to take a simple bath, clean the lice on their bodies, and then put them into the clothes I prepared. After they are done, I will take them to the farm outside the city. Let's rest here and take them here to report early tomorrow morning. I found a job for them. Looking at Gray's silky operation, Tina was a little confused. She didn't understand why Gray divided the refugees into 2 groups after just giving them a meal. And gave 2 different treatments. Gray briefly explained the situation to her and told her that the group of people who just refused to eat and tried to escape were all fake refugees. Aren't you afraid that there are some real refugees among those people? Tina was a little stunned. It would be too arbitrary to brutally suppress them just because they don't eat food. Maybe it is true, but if they are so hungry and refuse to eat food, then they will not be able to endure the next arrangements. Rather than letting them cause trouble among the refugees, it is better to let them really become fake refugees. This kind of people are definitely in the minority and do not affect the overall situation. I will not waste time and energy for them. As for the reason why I screened out the fake refugees based on only those foods, would you like to try those foods for yourself? Rest assured that those foods are good, very good for the body, and can quickly restore physical strength, and provide them with nutritious foods. Gray looked at the curious maid and asked with a smile. Tina was also a little curious about the food. Now when she heard Gray's words, she didn't refuse and immediately asked someone to bring back some food. He drank it under Gray's gaze. Just for a moment, the sour and slightly bitter taste directly caused Tina to receive critical damage. The food she just drank into her mouth was spat out immediately. Not even caring about the ladylike posture she had maintained, she quickly rinsed her mouth with water. After doing it for a long time, Tina stared at Gray angrily. What kind of food is that? Are you sure they can eat it? Tina felt like she had taken a sip of swill that had been fermenting in a swill bucket for 3 days. The feeling was simply despairing. It was hard for her to imagine how those refugees drank it. But Gray smiled and said, "Of course, haven't you seen how delicious the food of the refugees is?" Tina became even more angry when she heard this. She finally understood why those fake refugees didn't eat this food. Who in the right mind would eat this? Also, why can those refugees tolerate food that tastes like this? Gray, Tina, have you ever experienced the feeling of hunger? It's not the kind of hunger where you don't have a meal or 2, but the kind of hunger where you're hungry for a long time, or when you can't get enough food to satisfy your hunger for a long time. If you have experienced that feeling, you will find that if you can control your hunger, it doesn't matter what you eat. And this kind of food is not bad, it just has a special taste, and if you can eat a few more bites, you will find that it is not that unpalatable, and even tastes great, and for those who have not eaten for a long time, this kind of mushy food is easier to digest. The real refugees must have gone through a lot of hardships and almost died to get here. We tell them that food is enough, but for those fake refugees, what they need is food that tastes good. So just by looking at who is willing to eat and who is not willing to eat, you can tell who is a real refugee and who is a fake refugee. Gray briefly explained the principle. After listening, Tina suddenly fell silent. The truth is simple and easy to understand, and she has seen the results. So that's it. Tina was a little convinced. Lady Anna also had a headache before for those fake refugees who were eating and drinking among the refugees. Those guys don't just go in and eat and drink for free, they also incite those simple refugees to do things that harm the city. If they can eat and drink together quietly, Lady Anna is not a stingy person. As long as the refugees' emotions can be stabilized, Lady Anna can tolerate them. Unfortunately, things often don't go as one wishes. Now, the problem that made Lady Anna so anxious was solved so easily by Gray. It only took one meal. Tina had to admit that Gray seemed to be quite capable. It's just that this old man seems a bit lustful. Tina was a little troubled. Master Gray's eyes had passed over her chest several times. Early the next morning, Gray arrived at the city gate early again. But this time, the refugees waiting for him at the city gate changed from the ragged and dirty appearance yesterday to workers wearing the same clothes, high spirits and looking forward to it. That's right, this is Gray's second step, work for relief. To solve the refugee problem, it is difficult to solve the problem by simply giving money and food. The Field family is not an incredibly wealthy man. The annual expenses of their own army were a headache for the Field family. Not to mention having to support so many refugees. It's okay for a short time, but no one can stand it over time. As the saying goes, when you win a favor, you lose a favor. Once the refugees get used to receiving relief food, if one day the Field family cannot bear it anymore and refuses to give relief food to the refugees, the anger of the refugees will directly sweep through the Thorn City in the most violent manner. So just giving them food is not enough. The best way to really deal with a group of refugees is of course to give them jobs and make them realize that they are not useless people and that they can also do a lot of things. This will not only ensure that they will not become lazy due to not working for a long time, but also protect their dignity. If done properly, their housing problem can also be solved, and even allow them to gain a sense of belonging in the Thorn City. This kind of spiritual satisfaction and belonging can be much more effective in soothing them than food and drink. Seeing the arrival of Gray's carriage, the eyes of the refugees who had been waiting for it for a long time shone. They heard what the old soldiers said yesterday. The Lord's husband, Lord Gray, took them out of the city because there were a large number of fake refugees among them. Many residents in the city were harassed by fake refugees, and many residents began to hate those fake refugees. In order to protect them from being targeted by the residents, the kind and wise Lord Gray took them out of the city, and used his wisdom to quickly distinguish whether they were true or false. Now the group of fake refugees have been shackled and are carrying materials in the industrial area and doing the heaviest work. This is Master Gray's punishment for them. And they lived in a warm wooden house, and had new clothes and new jobs. Master Gray also gave them powder to repel lice and asked someone to provide them with hot water. They also had delicious bread and broth at the end. Immediately, tears filled the eyes of countless big men. They had endured all the hardships on the long migration journey without crying, but at the moment when they were holding the broth, they still shed tears. As if in an instant, they were freed from disaster. Master Gray seemed to have arranged everything for them. What a kind and great man. Many refugees wanted to worship Gray like a god last night. Now Gray has completely replaced the Countess in the hearts of the refugees. Gray is the one they want to follow. It's Master Gray's carriage. Someone among the refugees shouted. Suddenly the ranks of refugees began to become restless. But they were very restrained. There is no messy feeling like yesterday. When Gray got off the bus and saw the group in front of him who tried their best to stand still but always looked messy, he showed a gentle smile. Everyone, someone must have told you yesterday that starting from today, you will get a job that is enough to support your family. However, one thing I need to make clear in advance is that these jobs will be difficult. Gray paused here and looked around. No one made a sound or showed an unhappy look before he continued. It seems that everyone is very motivated, so you don't have to worry. Although the work will be difficult at the beginning, I guarantee that you will get good jobs in the future. In addition, these jobs are done by men, and only a few places require women with good physical strength. So we need to first select workers who are suitable to enter the city. First of all, men. As long as they are not physically handicapped, we all want them. As for pretty good women, you can sign up by yourself, because some jobs are more dangerous, so the requirements for women will be more stringent. Of course, you don't have to worry too much about work. I said yesterday that except for some children who can't take care of themselves, everyone else can have a job. In addition to the workers who go to work in the city, other people need to be responsible for cooking, transporting materials, and also delivering food and water to the workers during meals. These jobs are easier and the wages will be less. I hope you can understand. Gray didn't waste any time and went straight to the point and briefly discussed the issue of personnel arrangements. For the specific situation after that, he had arranged the manpower to take charge 2 days ago. After Gray finished talking about the arrangements, the refugees breathed a sigh of relief. Gray kept his word and gave each of them a job. Let them live here with dignity and respect. They had no objections to Gray's arrangement. As for the hard work Gray mentioned, it's not a big deal to them. As long as I can have a job and get through this difficult time, nothing will be a problem. Okay, in that case, Miles, I'll leave the rest to you. Gray turned to look at a young man following him. He is the young official who communicated with the refugees at the city gate for Gray yesterday. Miles has good abilities, and Gray uses them very well, so he continues to be responsible for the next thing. After telling the matter, Gray did not leave immediately. Instead, after Miles took away the selected workers, he took the remaining people to a location near the river. There were already soldiers waiting there with several carts of food. These are supplies sent by his 3 good friends. Gray had said before that the 3 of them, Harry, were responsible for the workers' meals and daily wages. The supplies here are the ingredients sent by Harry and the others. But they probably didn't expect that people working in the industrial zone now don't get these supplies. Of course, with the maturity of the 3 Harrys, it didn't matter even if they knew that the ingredients they provided were not used on the people working in the industrial area. Anyway, as long as they give it, anyone can use it and eat it, as long as the industrial zone is operating steadily. Looking at the abundant ingredients in front of him, there were even several sheep, pigs, and a cow. Seeing so much meat, everyone present couldn't help but swallow. Their eyes looked at Gray even more intensely. The Lord's generosity was beyond their imagination. Okay, the ingredients are here, and some kitchen utensils are on top. I don't care about cooking anymore. I hope you can make delicious meals so that the workers will have the strength to work after they are full. After Gray delivered the things, he left only a dozen soldiers here to prevent accidents, and then he ran back to the city to wait for the arrival of his new friends. That's right, in addition to the 3 Harrys, Gray also made appointments with several businessmen. There were so many merchants in Thorn City, how could he be friends with only 3 of them? Next, he will need the strong support of businessmen. In addition, he had to tell more people about the industrial zone. Otherwise, who will sell the excess land to? Do a good job in this business, and when the time comes to meet the Countess, you can confidently take a share of the pie. The refugee issue is now on track. All that's left is to wait until the foundation of the industrial zone is laid, build the industrial zone, and then let Harry and the others recruit workers from the refugees. In this way, the refugee problem will be solved directly. The refugees will settle in Thorn City and bring huge benefits to the merchants in Thorn City. Everyone will be happy. After changing glasses, several businessmen who came to the castle as guests heard about the plan for the industrial area. That afternoon they sent someone to inquire about the situation. Thousands of slaves were working on the site where Gray was heard speaking. Suddenly the blood of several businessmen became excited. They came to Gray early the next day to buy land. These businessmen were not as rich as Harry's 3 old foxes, and together they had spent nearly 200,000 gold coins. It can also be regarded as the backbone of the business community in field territory. Gray is happy with this. A few days later, Gray's team of refugee workers has grown from over 3,000 people in the beginning. There are now 5,000 people. There are also a steady stream of refugees coming from all directions. The reason is that in the entire field territory, except for Thorn City, other towns do not accept refugees. This gave some bandits who wanted to use the refugees as a cover to rob homes and houses suddenly no longer have a cover to sneak into the town. In this way, the problem of bandits is temporarily solved. Everything is going in the right direction. Even Thorn City has been a little different these days. As a city with hundreds of years of history, there are many old buildings in Thorn City that have been replaced long ago. It's just that in recent years, Field's expenses have been quite large, and he really doesn't have any extra money to spend on unimportant things. Therefore, apart from the renovation and reinforcement of the city walls, other buildings in the city have not been maintained or renovated. The stone slabs of many streets have mysteriously disappeared. The originally flat stone road has become bumpy due to damage and missing stone slabs. In the afternoon, the streets were also muddy. Not to mention that some sinks and ditches have long been blocked by various dirt. When it rains, low-lying areas are easily flooded with sewage, especially in slums. These problems have been occurring in Thorn City for a long time. But it has never been resolved. Until these days. The residents of Thorn City discovered that there was a group of people wearing coarse cloth uniforms with a yellow hammer logo on their chests. They lined up in groups, all over the streets and alleys of Thorn City. The main work is to repair roads, clear water channels, and even repair some old houses. In short, where they are, the long-standing problems in Thorn City are slowly being solved. In just a few days, most of the main roads that were still old have been repaired. Amazing efficiency. At the same time, the mood of the residents in Thorn City is getting better and better with the progress of the workers. Especially after the workers cleaned up some of the dirt on the streets and even the feces left by unknown people, the residents of Thorn City felt that the air in the city had become much fresher these days. For a moment, the oppressive air that had previously enveloped Thorn City dissipated. Everyone is smiling. While ordinary residents were in a good mood because of the environment, the merchants in Thorn City began to become agitated because of a piece of news. Thorn City is going to build a new huge industrial zone. The foundation was almost finished when they finally got the news. Everyone is a smart person. When they got the news, they already realized the importance of the industrial zone. Therefore, businessmen are excited. Brother Harry, have you heard that the Lord has started to build an industrial zone, and this time 6,000 people were used? Oh my God, where did the Lord transfer the slaves from, and he actually hid the news so well? Yes, the Countess hid the news very well. That's 6,000 people. I heard that the number of people is still increasing. The thing about the industrial zone should be true. I don't know what the Countess means. It wasn't Toby's big mouth who got drunk and leaked the news, we didn't know it yet. Hey, you don't understand this. The industrial area was obviously built by the Countess for some people. I went to see it. The place is indeed big, but don't you think about it, how many people are there? No matter how big the place is, it will be enough for all of us. Is it divided between people? I see. It seems that before we knew it, a lot of land had been taken over by others. How shameful. Who is so lucky? Parker, have you heard that before? Don't ask. I just made inquiries. It seems that most of the people who benefited were businessmen who had obeyed the Countess before. We, the Countess, almost had a falling out because of the refugees. How could she inform us in advance? That's right. I really didn't expect that the Countess would be so resourceful. Regarding the refugees, I originally thought she would choose to fight until there was insufficient food. I didn't expect that she had another way. In just a few days, she not only took care of those refugees, but she also found another way. The dirty refugees were cleaned up, and a large number of workers were hired to maintain and renovate the city. This made her reputation grow day by day. The most important thing is that while we were caring about the refugees, she had already started to build an industrial zone. What a powerful woman. How did I hear that it was because of her husband? I heard that all this was the work of that guy named Gray. Gray, I remember, it was the nobleman from the Harrington family. The day the Countess married him happened to be when Black Rock City was attacked. I asked why the Countess suddenly became so skillful. It turned out to be because of another man. But this is good news. When are we going to visit Mr. Gray? In a luxurious manner, several wealthy businessmen from Thorn City were gathering. While they were drinking, they discussed recent events. Among them, there are 3 old acquaintances of Gray, Harry, Parker and Ken. These 3 people are sitting in the center position. Compared to the anxiety and helplessness of others, the 3 of them were very calm. There is no other reason than that they are the beneficiaries of the big cake in the industrial zone. Just as they thought, after the news of the industrial zone spread, the land prices in the industrial zone tripled overnight. It's going to go up now. Now, except for a self-destructed Toby, no one knows who else participated in this gluttonous feast. But everyone knows that those who participate will make a lot of money. So of course these businessmen who did not participate all wore masks of pain. It doesn't matter if they can't make any money themselves. What makes them most uncomfortable is that it's not that they can't make money, but that their opponents have made money. The party was filled with a depressing atmosphere from the beginning. Because other people here have basically not tasted the sweetness of the industrial zone. The meaning of this is worth pondering. After all, they just had a conflict with the Countess over the refugee issue a few days ago. In addition, the Countess and them have not dealt with each other very well. It's scary to think carefully. Some people have been wondering if this is some kind of signal from the Countess. Everyone was uneasy because of this. Harry, who had always been calm, saw that the three of them were almost done, and then they coughed lightly. After everyone's eyes turned to them, Harry spoke. Everyone, actually we already know about the industrial zone, and we have purchased enough land. Not only can we use it ourselves, but we can also share some with you. However, the price is definitely more expensive than before. A little bit, but don't worry, we are all old friends and we will never open our mouths like a lion. Parker on the side also smiled and said, yes, the three of us have already discussed it, and half of the land will be shared with you. As for the price, it is indeed impossible to give it to you at the original price. After all, we have been running around for a long time for these things. Of course, we will not sell it to you at 3 times the price. The three of us have discussed it and it is 1.5 times the original price. Here you go, actually we don't make much money, we mainly earn hard money. Ken also spoke at the right time. The businessmen on the side were stunned. Are you serious? You have a lot of industrial land in your hands. Price is not a problem. I want to have my own factory in an industrial zone. Haha, I want to build too. I also want. In an instant, the originally depressing atmosphere dissipated. The atmosphere in the room became heated. There's no need to fight or grab, don't worry, everyone has a share. Harry's calm voice silenced everyone. After the initial excitement, businessmen began to realize a problem. How did the 3 Harrys get the news in advance and participate in the banquet to carve up the industrial area? Brother Harry, how did you get the news in advance? Is there any way to share it with us? Someone asked curiously. The 3 Harrys shook their heads when they heard this. To be honest, we were just like you at the beginning. We didn't know anything. We even only knew a few days ahead of you. Just a few days. Brother Harry, we are all businessmen. Not to mention a few days in advance, even half a day in advance can determine life or death. Someone said with admiration. No wonder he is the elder brother. He knew the news a few days in advance and gave them a place. There is nothing to say about this friendship. I asked you why the 3 of you were borrowing money from everywhere before. It turns out you were buying land. Someone suddenly realized. Brother Harry, how on earth did you know this in advance? Some people are still curious. The 3 Harrys did not hide anything. After all, the situation was now clear. Many people knew about their meeting with Grey, so there was no need to hide it. Of course it's Lord Grey. A few days ago, that lord invited us to have lunch in the castle. It was then that we learned about the industrial area. Harry recounted their previous encounter. Others were dumbfounded. It turns out to be Lord Grey. This lord is really powerful. He found the 3 of you right away. The businessmen once again refreshed their understanding of Grey, and at the same time they heard some other meanings. This Lord Grey seems to have a good relationship with the 3 Harrys. In this way, even if they cannot win the favor of the Countess, in their circle, they can at least stand with Lord Grey. Now with the methods Grey showed, they were very optimistic about the Lord's husband. Moreover, the Countess delegated power to him thoroughly in matters concerning the industrial area and refugees. What does this mean? This shows that the couple is very harmonious. Maybe from now on, the female lead will be the outside and the male will be the inside. If they could establish a good relationship in advance, wouldn't they be able to take off in Thorn City in the future? No one here is stupid. Gray has created a guy from an industrial area. Just one thing is enough to make people marvel. How could such a person be satisfied with an industrial area? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts became hot. They were already thinking about what gifts they would get for visiting Gray. After thinking about it, everyone's attention was once again focused on the three Harrys. These three people are closely related to Gray. Why don't you just ask them what Gray likes? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became more heated, and everyone began to squeeze towards the three Harrys. In the castle, Gray is practicing his spiritual power. The process went quite smoothly. He has successfully condensed his mental power completely, centering on the center of his eyebrows, radiating out through his body and radiating to a few centimeters around him. Although the distance is very short, it breaks the shackles of 0 to 1. It can be said that from today on, Gray is already a serious magician apprentice. He cannot be called a magician yet, because he has only developed spiritual power and has not learned a single magic. The magician's training system is more complicated and obscure than that of warriors and knights. If Gray wants to go further, he must start to get in touch with real magical knowledge. The magician's training system is very complex and diverse. The two largest factions are the academic faction and the tower faction. The academic school refers to the magicians who grew up in magician academies. Most of them have the support of the state and have multiple magic instructors to teach students some fixed magic knowledge, guide students to practice some inherent magic, and follow a step-by-step process. Become stronger and grow. The Tower sect is different. The characteristics of this sect is that they are unruly and unruly. They don't like to follow the rules, but they just like to be a little different. Their characteristic is that they like to break away from inherent thinking and templates. They insist that everyone is unique, and the magic that fits everyone cannot be the same. They like to study magic by themselves, and they even feel that only the power they have researched is the most suitable for them. Therefore, it is very common that the magic of the Tower sect magicians is very unique, which is completely different from the situation where all the magic of the academic sect is carved out of the same mold. What the magicians of the Tower sect despise most are the magicians who come out of the academy, thinking that those people are dull, ignorant, and do not understand the true power of magic at all. He only learns from others and imitates others, making people laugh. The academic people think that the people from the Tower school are mentally unstable. They believe that the people of the Tower sect have brain problems, because the magic system in their academy is a complete system left by the magician of truth. Only a complete system left by the magician of truth will be recognized by the academy and carried forward. For ordinary magicians, their knowledge system can only be placed in libraries for reference. As for the truth magician, that is already a height that most magicians cannot reach in their lifetime. In some magic academies in small countries, a truth magician is enough to assume the position of dean. The academic people believe that they are following the guidance of the magician of truth on the road of magic. It is the most upright magic. There are those who hide in the ravines and live in those dark and twisted towers. People do all kinds of weird things that can be compared to mental illness. In addition to being able to do some tricks every year, the most famous thing about those mentally ill people is that they often play tricks on themselves. There is no other way. The magicians of the Tower sect like to try various things. In the words of the previous life, they dared to weld detonators and saw light bulbs. In the eyes of academics, this crazy attitude is indeed crazy. Now Gray is meditating. There are many benefits of academic school, such as rich knowledge, friendly teachers and classmates, and classes every day. It can make the journey of learning magic easy and enjoyable. But Gray can't go to school. He still has to carve out his own territory. As for the Tower sect, to be honest, Gray also felt that at least half of the magicians who lived in the magic tower and studied magic every day were not normal people. Who in the right mind would do experiments on their own? However, it is a recognized fact that after passing through the novice period, the Tower faction's combat effectiveness is indeed stronger. From this perspective, the Tower sect is indeed qualified to despise the academic sect. Of course Gray wants to pursue great power. But he didn't even want to go to a step-by-step academic class, let alone squatting on a high tower every day to study some magic knowledge. What a joke. He's free then. So after a little thought and calm analysis, Gray chose the third path. That means taking the time to learn magic at home. Anyway, This thing is really not difficult for him. I don't know why, but I know it just by looking at it. Sometimes he worries about others because of his talent. It was hard for him to imagine whether others would be able to sleep if they knew about his incredible learning ability. There are also many books about magic in the castle. Although the Field family doesn't have much in their treasury, this family is really good at storing knowledge. After Gray returned the spiritual power training secrets that he had successfully cultivated, he picked up basic magic knowledge. There are books on how to resonate with the elements, how to harness the elements, and how to harness the power of the elements. There are also books about magic devices, magic circles, and magic wards. There are even some niche magic books. For example, flash magic is very bloody and violent, but some of its ideas are also very amazing. Gray even saw some magic about strengthening physical fitness and giving humans the same physical fitness as Warcraft. Of course, this magic has a mortality rate of 91.35%. This cannot be described as high risk. This is a real narrow escape. Anyone who dares to learn this kind of magic is designated as mentally disturbed. Gray took a look and saw the mark of the Mage Tower on the cover of the book. He immediately understood that it was made by a magician from the Tower sect, so it was normal. Because there is a lot of knowledge in this kind of flesh and blood magic that seems to be related to the warrior's training methods. Gray didn't lose any flesh magic either. Soon he left the study with 5 or 6 magic books and returned to his room to study. Looking at the slowly closing door, Tina curled her lips and said, "Did he give up practicing fighting spirit so soon? I thought he could persist for a while, but he doesn't have any perseverance at all." Tina began to worry about Lady Anna again. Gray does have some talents and abilities, but this guy lacks perseverance, making it difficult to achieve anything. It would be great if this guy could persist. He is obviously a very smart person, why can't he just persist a little longer? With Lady Anna's resources pouring in, as long as Gray can persist, it will be a few years later. It should be possible to cultivate the sense of chi. What a shame. It's really greedy to study more complicated magic without even having the willpower to practice fighting spirit. Tina shook her head and walked to the other side of the castle to report to the Countess about today's events. And not long after Tina left, Gray had already created a small flame. Because it was the first time to cast magic, Gray's control over elements and proficiency in magic were not very high. But even so, he created a flame. It's a pity that he doesn't have enough mental strength to create the small fireball, the mage's classic skill. He didn't understand until he read the basic magic book again. It turns out that small fireball seems to be a bad skill. But in fact, this skill is very difficult to master, and only a serious magician can master it. It is indeed a noble magic. It is much more difficult to learn than fighting spirit. It seems that there is no way to rub fireballs today. Well, elemental magic should be the same. I don't have enough mental power to release it. As for the magic weapon, let's do it for the time being. You can just take a look. I haven't seen this thing before. I heard that magic weapons are luxuries starting with thousands of gold coins, so I'll see if I can do some research on 1 or 2 when I have time. In this case, there is not much magic left. Look at this book of flesh and blood magic. Gray said as he began to focus on the flesh magic. Other magics have not yet reached the hardware level and cannot be learned. There was nothing he could do about such a speechless situation. According to the magician's rating standards, one's mental power needs to condense into a mental power crystal core to be considered a magician. But now, Gray's mental power has just broken through to the point where it can be released. Between Gray's eyebrows, there is a special space for storing spiritual power, in which wisps of milky white spiritual power are floating. When Gray condenses his spiritual power from this white flock into a crystal nucleus, he will become a magician. Before that, Gray couldn't learn elemental magic. In another study, the Countess had already put on a close-fitting nightgown and was listening to Tina's story about Gray with interest. Under the light, Countess Anna's graceful and hot figure, wearing only a nightgown, was looming. He went to learn magic again. There was an inexplicable smile in Anna's tone, and she didn't care at all about Tina's emphasis on Gray's lack of perseverance. Yes, and he not only took the basic books on orthodox elemental magic, but also books describing magic devices, flesh and blood magic, and spiritual magic. Tina's tone was a little speechless. There are people who study magic like that. It would take a normal person to fully understand the basic knowledge of elemental magic. It would take a year, and then they would slowly establish contact with the elements and slowly try to condense the elements. When you can condense the elements into physical objects, you will have fully embarked on the path of a magician's apprentice. Mental power is not fighting spirit. That kind of illusory power is far more difficult to control than fighting spirit. Tina is also a little worried about Gray. If Gray practiced fighting spirit, he might achieve something, but she really felt that it was impossible for Gray to learn magic. Tina has mixed emotions about Gray. At first he didn't care about this man, he just regarded it as part of his job. It wasn't until he showed off his talents that Tina's impression of him changed. In Tina's heart, Gray has been removed from the ranks of strangers and added to the ranks of her own. Especially after seeing more and more smiles on Lady Anna's face, Tina has begun to accept and identify with Gray's identity. This feeling of seeing someone she recognized give up halfway made Tina feel frustrated. But she couldn't vent to Gray. Because Gray is the master. That's it. Starting from tomorrow, in addition to the secret medicine for cultivating fighting spirit, I will also give him a secret medicine for cultivating spiritual power. Count Anna looked proud. I want to give you the best. Tina, well, I'm going to the royal capital tomorrow, so I can bring him back some high-quality magic potions. Oh, and magic tools. I don't know what kind of magic tools he likes. Anna leaned back, looked at the sofa and began to lose herself in thought. Tina, no, didn't Lady Anna say that Gray should be treated as a tool? Didn't you say that you won't have feelings for Gray? Isn't it true that territory is the most important thing in everything? How is your performance right now consistent with what you said? Keep all the good things for Mr. Gray, but just because he read a book about magic weapons, you are going to buy him a magic weapon. Wait, Lady Anna should know better and won't spend too much money on magic devices, right? Tina coughed lightly and said, I think that if you want to buy a magic weapon, you only need 1 or 2 basic magic tools. After all, even if you buy a high-end magic weapon, Mr. Gray won't be able to use it. Quote. Anna raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Are you reminding me not to spend money randomly? Tina quickly lowered her head and dared not speak. Anna snorted softly. I know it well. Now everything is focused on the territory. Although the monsters in the Donglet Mountains have been suppressed by me, those guys have not given up completely. I need to be on guard against those monsters. I won't spend money recklessly. The Field family has never been extravagant. Anna said firmly, which made Tina sigh in relief. Tina moved beyond this topic and began to care about Count Anna's health. Lady Anna, how is your health? Count Anna smiled. I'm much better. I originally thought it would take more than a month to recover, but in the past few days, after seeing the changes in Thorn City, I feel much better and the physical alienation is disappearing quickly. A lot. Anna touched the smooth skin on her face and looked at Tina with eyes that had returned to normal pupils. At this moment, except for the scales still remaining under Anna's clothes, on her abdomen, back, thighs and other places, other parts of her body have recovered as before. That's why she decided to go to the royal capital in advance and tell the king about the situation in the Donglet Mountains. In recent years, the guys in the East Leyte Mountains have become more and more active, maybe because the next red moon is about to appear. The royal army must prepare early. There are so many mental illnesses in this world. What kind of magic is this? These are just the experimental notes of a mad scientist. Gray closed the book on flash magic and rubbed his aching head. For a time traveler like him who has experienced various bloody horror movies, he can't stand the content in that book. The key thing is that the mental illness is also illustrated with real messed up illustrations. He even doubted that there were cameras in the world. Those illustrations almost made him doubt his life. So the decisive Gray closed the book. This book has a bit of a Cthulhu style, and it is not suitable for an innocent person like me to read. I might as well put it back tomorrow and leave it to those who are destined to read it in the future. Then he cursed and turned on the spiritual magic. Early the next morning, Gray was getting ready to stay in bed. He had been getting up early every day for the past few days. Now that everything was on track, he no longer needed to get up early. It's a pity that while he wants to sleep, others want to give him money. After the instructions from Harry and the others yesterday, the businessmen who had a good relationship with the Harrys and the others prepared gold coins that night and lined up to see Gray early in the morning. Gray slept late last night. Mainly the spirit magic looks interesting. What's more interesting is that he tried to use the summoning magic to summon spirits in the spiritual world, magic to contact and communicate with the spirits living in the spiritual world. As a result, he casually arranged the summoning array, and just after reciting the summoning spell, a humanoid shadow appeared in front of him. Although you can't see the other person's appearance clearly, for some beauties, you only need to look at their legs, waist, and fierceness to be sure. But because Gray's mental power is not too strong yet. So after a brief channeling, the figure emitting a faint white light disappeared in front of Gray with a slight sigh. Then it was daylight and Tina woke him up. The summoning ceremony last night was very simple, but Gray always felt like he had summoned an extraordinary being. Otherwise, with his mental power, if he were to summon an ordinary spirit, he would be able to maintain it for at least a short period of time. It is impossible to become mentally exhausted the moment you see the other person and then fall asleep. My random ritual can summon a mysterious existence. This is obviously abnormal. Gray complained silently, then pretended that nothing happened. After getting dressed, he left the room to see who was causing the disturbing dream early in the morning. He is so angry when he wakes up. In the reception room, Gray, who had just finished breakfast and was still feeling a little unhappy, pushed open the door and walked in. He wanted to see how dare that fool come to him so early. Push the door open. There was a golden light flashing in front of Gray. Gentle eyes fell on the boxes of gold coins from the window. The gloom and unhappiness on Gray's face were immediately healed by the wisps of golden light, and he revealed his signature gentle smile. Although he doesn't know any of these people, it doesn't matter, Gray just likes to make friends. Especially this kind of friend who comes to visit me early in the morning. So considerate, so considerate. Master Gray. The merchants caught sight of Gray and immediately gathered around him. Good morning everyone. Gray greeted everyone with a smile. After a few polite words, Gray immediately understood the purpose of these people's visit. The matter in the industrial zone has come to an end. I don't have any extra land here, but you don't have to worry too much. There are some lands that were originally for public sale, but the price will definitely be a bit more expensive, and when the time comes, there may be a fight at that time, it depends on your luck. Gray said, taking a sip of tea. All the businessmen smiled at the right time. I heard that the industrial zone is your handiwork. In fact, we are not here to buy land. We mainly want to visit you. In addition, we have also prepared some treasures. I hope you like it. As they spoke, the merchants asked people to carry the boxes filled with gold coins aside, and also asked people to bring in many boxes filled with rare treasures. Gray's smile broadened. It's easy to say, it's all about contributing to the development of Thorn City. Let's do this, Tina, go to my room and get a few number plates from the table, and give one to each of my new friends. Tina nodded aside, turned and left, and soon she walked out of the wooden signs marking numbers. Under everyone's confused gaze, Tina handed out the number plates. When Tina handed out the number plates, Gray explained. Everyone, this is the lottery voucher for the industrial zone in 3 days. With these wooden signs, you can directly draw the number. If your number plate is drawn, you will be qualified to purchase land. If you don't win, it doesn't matter. This lottery has 3 times, others need to buy 3 number plates, but the number plate in your hand can be used directly 3 times, and the probability of winning will be higher. Gray's words made all the businessmen look surprised. Before they came, they had heard that Gray's style was friendly to everyone. As long as the benefits are great, he will give you back sincerely. I didn't expect Gray's feedback to come so quickly. We had just met for a cup of tea, and they gave them tickets to buy land. Although they didn't quite understand the meaning of the lottery, they still came to terms with it after Gray's general explanation. This concept of lottery shocked these businessmen instantly. The first time they faced Gray, they had already sensed the amazing wisdom and methods from him. Then we have to thank Master Gray. The businessmen thanked him profusely. The number plate is not an expensive thing. Gray said that ordinary number plates can be purchased from some officials in the city for 100 gold coins each. Each person is limited to 100 numbers, and whether you can draw the number depends on luck. But that's an ordinary number plate. Anyone with a brain knows how low the winning rate is for a number plate that allows people to buy 100 numbers. Maybe the winning rate of those people who bought 100 number tags was not as high as the special number tag Gray gave them. Why are special number plates special? It must be because of its high winning rate. The merchants knew this very well, and were very lucky that the three Harrys were able to remind them to visit Gray. Otherwise, these special number plates might be assigned to someone. They came out and each gave Gray 10,000 gold coins and a box of rare treasures. I didn't expect to get my money back directly. In their eyes, this special number plate is much more valuable than what they gave. Although they already have the land sold to them by Harry and the others, who would object to having too much land in a place like the industrial area where every inch of land is at a premium. So the merchants accepted it with a smile and said goodbye to Gray with gratitude. Gray watched them leave, holding the number plate that the merchants regarded as a treasure in his hand. This kind of number plate is what he lets people make at will. He has several of them in his room. For him, the cost of this thing is too low. He can have as many as he wants. Tina, it's up to you to sell the remaining number plates to Toby and the others, and use Toby's words to sell these number plates at a higher price. Gray threw the number plate at Tina casually, and then changed the subject. Tina, I am learning magic recently. Is there any secret medicine that can assist in spiritual training? Gray feels confident to speak now. He made so much money. What happened to a few bottles of secret medicine? Tina, Ms. Anna has prepared a secret medicine for cultivating spiritual power for you. Do you want to use it now? Gray, of course. Gray has become accustomed to Countess Anna feeding him. During this period, it can be seen from the constantly improving quality of food materials that Miss Anna treated him really well. Gray guessed that he made too much money and Miss Anna was rewarding him. Of course he wasn't polite either. Gray is still very grateful to Miss Anna. Although he was able to make money by doing some tricks based on his past life memories, he did not forget that the reason why everything went so smoothly was because he was Miss Anna's husband. Without the support of Miss Anna, even if he was a pyramid scheme leader in his previous life, he would not be able to earn so much, and it might be difficult for him to even meet those businessmen. Therefore, even if the family has to separate in the end, he will remember the goodness of Miss Anna. After all, people are so supportive of him. Give whatever you want, even your own relatives. To be honest, if he really left here, he wouldn't be used to it. I don't know what Miss Anna is doing. If we can have a good talk. When Gray thought of this, he had already returned to his room, and Tina had also placed the secret medicine for cultivating spiritual power in his room. Forget it, don't think about this anymore, continue to practice, set a small goal for yourself, and condense the spiritual power crystal core within 10 days. I didn't see the beautiful spirit clearly last night, it was really a loss. You must never make this mistake again. You must see beautiful women. Gray thought, drank the secret medicine in one gulp, and when his heart began to heat up, he began to calm down and cultivate his mental power. Time flew by and 3 days passed quickly. In the past 3 days, the city has been turbulent. Things in the industrial zone have been publicized by city officials. Not only businessmen know about it, but now even ordinary residents know about it. Today is the last chance for all businessmen who have not purchased land. Some wealthy businessmen bought 100 number plates in one go. And some small businessmen who are not very wealthy have no choice but to buy as many number plates as possible. This added hundreds of thousands of gold coins to the Countess' castle. There is no way. There are many powerful businessmen in Thorn City, not to mention the large number of small businessmen. None of them wanted to participate in this feast in the industrial area. No matter who it is, as long as they can draw the number, it will be a bloody profit. Gray set off a storm that swept all businessmen. As for him, he was currently on the castle looking out at the densely packed businessmen waiting for the lottery results in the square outside. From time to time, there would be noises from the crowd. The sound of someone laughing could be vaguely heard. It seems that the first lucky ones have been born. Gray was eating the fruit and said to Tina beside him with a satisfied expression. Tina, did you hear that? That's the sound of gold coins. Tina had some admiration and emotion. I didn't expect that there would be so many people willing to spend money to buy number plates to participate in this gamble. Gray smiled. Okay, the land sale in the industrial zone has come to an end. Tina was a little curious, but I remember that you still have a lot of land title deeds in your hand. Gray. Those are for myself. Tina raised her eyebrows slightly. She originally thought that Gray wanted to leave some land for some businessmen he was familiar with. Unexpectedly, the other party actually left it to himself. Is it possible that this gentleman wants to build his own factory and do business? Tina felt there was something unexpected. As a noble and the husband of a countess, Gray still needed to do business. Although merchants have a lot of wealth, in the eyes of the nobles, they are just poor people running for life. Tina acknowledged that Gray has an amazing business acumen and is very talented and capable. If you are an ordinary noble child, there is nothing wrong with going into business without inheriting the title. But as the husband of the countess, he is one of the best status people in Thorn City. Any movement Gray makes will lead to contact with the Field family. The countess's husband is in business. Even if this is a good thing for Thorn City, Tina can still imagine Gray being all-powerful in the shopping mall, and she also believes that Gray has that ability. But that is completely unnecessary for the Field family. With Gray's current ability, why does he need to do business himself? This guy only needs to sit in the castle and talk, and those wealthy businessmen will queue up and pay. She was very sure of this. In this case, why is Gray still thinking about going into business? Tina doesn't understand, and doesn't understand it at all. Master Gray, if you have time, you can help Lady Anna manage the territory. I think with your ability, Lady Anna can trust you to leave the affairs of the territory to you. As for doing business, I believe in your wisdom and ability, but businessmen cannot be on the stage after all. After Tina finished speaking, she took a careful look at Gray's expression and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that he was not angry. Gray threw away the core and wiped his hands. Tina, don't worry, I won't run it myself, and I don't have the time. Hearing Gray's words, Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Gray never planned to start his own business in the first place. That would be too slow. He is a nobleman, and he is still the husband of Countess Anna. How can he make good use of his status? How can he be worthy of himself? So at night, Gray found the 3 Harrys. Let these people who have been successful in business help you make money. This is the right way to start. Passing industrial areas and refugee things. Gray and Harry already have a preliminary understanding and enough trust. This time Gray called them and they came quickly. Gray didn't hide it. He was going to open up territory soon and needed a lot of money as startup capital. So before that, he needs to take over the power of these businessmen and let himself quickly open up business. This is much faster than fighting alone. Gray told the 3 of them that he wanted to do some business. Upon hearing that Gray had reserved some land for himself and planned to build a factory for business, Harry and the 3 of them all showed meaningful smiles. They had already seen that this Lord Gray was no ordinary person. Since he can create an industrial area, how could he not understand the importance of industrial areas to business? And how could such a person who caused such great changes in the entire business circle of Thorn City in just a few days not keep a hand? Sure enough, this adult fit in well with them. Master Gray, what kind of business are you planning to do? If you haven't decided yet, we have a few suggestions. Harry has decided that he must be tied to Gray. The talent of this noble gentleman far exceeds theirs. If they could be on the same side as him, Harry felt that it wouldn't matter even if he let this adult share part of their profits. He has already thought about it. If Gray hasn't decided what to do, then he can give Gray part of his most popular industry. In this way, his relationship with Gray can be further developed. Later, the relationship will be gradually deepened. He has experience and channels, so he can make Gray stable no matter what. By that time, they should be completely tied together. There is absolutely no loss in sacrificing some of your current interests in exchange for long-term interests in the future. Besides, the entire field territory has just been devastated by refugees, and the businesses in many towns have been greatly damaged. He had already lost those markets, and now it is not a painful thing for him to let Gray eat those markets. The other 2 had similar thoughts to Harry. They are also willing to please Gray, as long as they have a good relationship with Gray. With so many merchants in Thorn City, there is still a lot of room for business development in field territory, and there will definitely not be just one industrial zone. I've already thought about it. Gray put down his wine glass. He had already thought about where to start. In Thorn City, the merchant group has almost occupied the markets of all walks of life. Especially in the highly profitable industries such as spices, furs, cloth, wine, and even metal smelting, there are even more people. Gray had no interest in arguing with them. Gray wants to make something special, something that is not available in this era, an industry that is not too expensive but extremely profitable. In this way, he can obtain a large amount of benefits in a short period of time. The first thing Gray thought of was sugar, a strategic material. Gray is not sure whether there is sugar in this world. After all, the world is so big and he can't know everything. But there was no sugar in Fields and Harrington's collars before. Even the top families in these two kingdoms don't have sugar, and Gray guesses that there shouldn't be any in the kingdom either. In other words, regardless of whether there are other imperial kingdoms, there should not be any in the area near his kingdom. As a result, the sugar market will be huge. This thing was recognized as a strategic material in the previous life. In addition to making high-calorie delicious food, it can also make some small and easy-to-carry individual soldier rations. White sugar also has great industrial value. In some cases, white sugar can replace petroleum. In addition, this thing can also be used on wounds to inhibit bacterial growth and promote wound healing. There are sugar cane and beets in this world, as well as the raw materials for making white sugar. Gray can even be lazy and directly purchase brown sugar from outside, and then process it to obtain white sugar. Gray chose this, in addition to the great benefits that white sugar can bring, because it is very convenient to make it. And the nobility had great demand for sugar. Not to mention white sugar, today's brown sugar is already a very expensive product, and the craftsmanship is still poor and there are many impurities. As long as Gray withdraws from Baitang, it will be a crushing game. In addition to sugar, Gray considered that he was about to prepare to open up wasteland. So he still needs to prepare for future land reclamation. Land reclamation requires money, and a large part of it is spent on food. Especially for land reclamation, for the land reclamators, the place where they live cannot have convenient transportation, and transportation is definitely a huge problem. Once the logistics cannot keep up, the land reclamation will be half a failure. So he also needs to solve the transportation problem. Road paving in this era was very troublesome and required a lot of stones. It not only wasted people and money, but also the life of the road was not long. It won't be very flat either. For Gray, this wasn't a good choice. So the second factory Gray needs is a cement factory. Fortunately, due to his professional relationship in his previous life, he was familiar with this knowledge. In the past few days, he had confirmed that there are materials for making cement in this world. Therefore, the construction of cement plants is also in his plan. Although cement is a product Gray only chooses when he needs it, it is also a dimensionality-reducing blow to the construction industry in this world. Gray doesn't even have to think about it. Once he builds the cement road and builds the initial fence with cement, he believes that this thing will soon be enthusiastically sought after by the market. Then the third factory Gray wanted was a simple canning factory. This is because Gray considered the difficult environment of opening up a territory. He needs to ensure that his people have an adequate supply of clean, nutritious food. Food is very difficult to preserve in this era. Some flours and the like are fine, but meat, fish, and even some fruits don't have a long shelf life. This will slow down his ability to establish territory. So the canning plant was something Gray desperately needed. Not only canned food is easy to transport and has a long shelf life, but also, importantly, instant noodles are used in canned food and can be eaten immediately after opening. It saves a lot of time and energy. Of course, Gray also took other aspects into consideration. Canned food can solve the problem of excess food and indigestion. In this world, farmers who raise large numbers of livestock on pastures and businessmen in the meat business will face the situation of having too much meat on their hands. If they miscalculate, they will suffer losses. Not everyone has an ice cellar. Meat is difficult to transport over long distances due to shelf life issues. Only some big businessmen are willing to spend money to ask magicians to make something similar to the freezer in the previous life to store meat. Only in this way can long-distance transactions be achieved. But in this way, the interests of businessmen and farmers will be greatly reduced. Or they could try to drive their livestock across mountains and rivers to trade in another area. Generally speaking, this approach can easily attract robbers and even some powerful beasts. And if not, farmers and merchants will experience unsaleable meat every year and risk going bankrupt. The same problem applies to fish. The emergence of canned food has solved this problem. Farmers can safely and boldly raise livestock, and then make the excess into canned meat and dump it across the country. Gray could imagine that the emergence of canned food would have a huge impact on food prices. Moreover, the production of cans does not require high technological requirements. Just cook it, sterilize it, and seal it. The operation is not difficult and the benefits are not small. Chapter 21. What do you want to do? If there is any need for us, just ask. The three Harrys were ready to sacrifice their interests. Because in their opinion, Gray would not come to them for trivial matters. Gray just said that he wanted to do some small business, and he specially called them here. It seemed that he wanted them to help. They naturally understood that they needed to give up some benefits. Gray's next words stunned them. I need your help with something. Gray spoke slowly. First of all, I need to borrow some of your warehouses, and then I need your sales channels. I heard that you have many shops in field territory, and even in some surrounding territories. As you know, I just came to field leader and I'm not very familiar with this place. It would be too slow if I just follow the steps step by step. Hearing Gray's request, Harry and the three of them were stunned for a moment, and then asked with some uncertainty, you only need a warehouse and sales channels. They suspected that their ears had heard it wrong, because they thought Gray would directly come to them to ask for something substantial, such as some shops, markets, etc. Unexpectedly, Gray only wanted the warehouse and channels. They have plenty of channels. As big businessmen with a good reputation throughout the field territory, their shops are present in almost every town. Daily necessities, taverns, tailor shops, etc. Almost all products are involved. No matter what products Gray sells, they can basically find sales channels. This is not difficult for them at all. They only need to reserve a place for Gray's products. Of course not. Gray glanced at Harry as if he was mentally retarded. Harry secretly thought that it really wasn't that simple. Gray continued. At that time, I will need your help to promote it. If a good thing is not exposed, no one will know about it, and it will only be thrown in the corner. So I hope you guys can help me when the time comes. After Gray finished speaking, he thought for a while and then added, if you are willing, I can also give you the opportunity to become a shareholder, but only this time. After all, these factories use your warehouses, channels and manpower. Of course, you can't buy too many shares. If you are interested, it will be calculated as 1% of the shares of 10,000 gold coins, and the upper limit is 3%. Gray looked at the three Harrys and said, this is my return gift to you. Listening to Gray's serious face, and even some expressions of pain, Harry and the three of them fell silent. I have to say, Master Gray is really a talent. Look at this language art. He said, asking for money in such a fresh and refined way, and looked like he was at a loss. He was truly a man who left them all in awe. With such shame, they feel ashamed. They knew that when Gray asked them to come, they had to leave something behind. Gray still didn't know that his kindness was regarded by the three Harrys as asking for money. Harry and the three of them didn't dare to show that they had seen through it. The three of them all looked surprised, as if they had gotten a big deal, and they agreed one after another. The next day, 90,000 gold coins were carried into the castle. Gray didn't expect that these three old guys were so optimistic about him and immediately bought up all their shares. These three old foxes have really good vision. It hurts my heart. They took 9% of my profits. How much money will they earn this year? Gray is devastated. Yesterday he should have said that the cap would be 1%. There is no use saying anything now. Gray can only accept the reality. Today he planned to go out, not only to see the construction status of the industrial zone, but also to check the progress of the refugee workers' maintenance of Thorn City. It's been several days, and basically all the refugees around are here. The number of refugee workers once reached 6,000. The elderly, women, and children are not included. A team of 6,000 workers worked very quickly. In just a few days, the main road in Thorn City and the old facilities around the main road have been renovated. Now workers have gone deep into various trails to carry out deep cleaning in Thorn City. It is estimated that in another 4 or 5 days, all corners of Thorn City will be renovated. Gray is satisfied with the speed. After briefly expressing condolences to the workers, he left the city and went straight to the industrial area. There are already tens of thousands of people working there. After all, fake refugees come every day to steal food and drink, so the number of people here is also increasing. The advantage of having more people is that the work becomes very lively. From time to time, soldiers would use long whips to add other sounds to the clanking construction site. Looking at the ground that had been paved with gravel, Gray nodded with satisfaction. The geology of this place is hard, there is not much soil underneath, but a whole layer of rock, which is very solid. So you only need to add some gravel to pave some potholes to complete the foundation. The only drawback is that there are some rocky mountains protruding from the center of this place. These fake refugees have been here to flatten these protruding rocky mountains in the past few days, and now they have reached the completion stage. Gray felt that he was almost done, so he immediately returned to the city, found a blacksmith shop, and customized some blast boxes. Then, outside the city not far from the industrial area, he had people build several cement burning kilns out of clay, stones, and iron plates according to his requirements. A few days later, when the kiln was ready for use, Gray arrived with a blower and the raw materials for making cement, limestone, clay, iron ore and gypsum. These raw materials were ordered by Gray and some businessmen before. There are still a lot of this material in several warehouses in the city. Gray plans to get some cement to pour the floor of the industrial area first. He always felt uncomfortable looking at the flat ground paved with gravel. Even if it was eventually paved with some square stone slabs, he still didn't think it would work. That's why today's cement firing happened. Soon, Gray found dozens of strong people from the fake refugees to grind these raw materials into small particles, preferably into powder. Then, according to memory, mix the materials step by step and put them into the furnace for calcination. With the blast box, the temperature in the furnace rises very quickly. Gray felt the excitement of the fire element in the furnace. While communicating with the fire element, he waited for the right question. Soon, the temperature reached the required level, and Gray immediately asked someone to stabilize the current fire. After calcining for a sufficient period of time, people take out the calcined materials and mix them with gypsum powder in proportion. Originally, Gray thought that baking cement was a relatively easy job. Because there are many people he can use. So he thought it would be done quickly. In fact, this matter is not as easy as imagined. Because people in this world have never seen cement and don't know how to make it, Gray can only provide guidance in person, and sometimes even do it himself. In addition, after Gray started using it himself, he found that it was still difficult to burn the cement he wanted. It wasn't until evening that Gray got the cement that met his needs. And all the people who worked with him were disgraced at the moment. Including himself. The cement was successfully made by Gray. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Without saying a word, Gray started mixing the cement directly. After mixing the cement, he had it poured on a small piece of land in the industrial area for an experiment. By the time Gray returned to the castle, it was already almost midnight. After tinkering all night, he finally made a cement road in this world. Just waiting to see the results tomorrow. Gray happily took a shower and went straight to bed. After sleeping until close to noon the next day, Gray took Tina to the industrial area again after lunch. After inspecting the cement road, he was completely relieved and asked people not to walk on it. Then he started to let people burn cement according to yesterday's method. Because Gray tried many times yesterday, those who were with him basically knew the process of burning cement, so after receiving the order, they started taking action without saying a word. Their success rate and speed today are obviously much better than yesterday. In one afternoon, a lot of cement had been burned. According to Gray's idea, the coolies in the industrial area laid a layer of gravel between the industrial area and Thorn City, and then poured it with cement. Gray specially asked people to lay cement in small sections of the road. There are also some gaps between each section of road to prevent thermal expansion and contraction. In the next few days, a new, flat cement road appeared between Thorn City and the industrial area. Gray didn't go there every day, and after the first 2 days, he stopped going. After all, Someone somewhere already knows what to do. The success of the cement road convinced Gray that real construction of the industrial area could begin. In the past few days, he had summoned businessmen and many craftsmen so that they could start planning how to build their own factories. After Gray divided their land locations for them, he left directly. His time is precious and will not be wasted on these people. In addition, construction has already begun on his land, and the people doing the construction are refugees who have just finished working in Thorn City. At this moment, they no longer look like refugees. They are all full of energy, with smiles on their faces, and they seem to be living a good life. Now they have a brand new name in Thorn City, Yellow Hat Workers. Because a few days ago, Gray distributed a yellow safety helmet made of strong ironwood to all of them. Ironwood is a special material in this world. It is hard in texture but very light in weight. This is great for making safety helmets. At least this kind of hat can really stop the pressure caused by falling objects. Because these workers all wore safety helmets, the residents of Thorn City gradually called them Little Yellow Hat and Yellow Hat Workers. Prior to this, the residents of Thorn City called these people hammer workers because of the hammer symbol on their bodies. It can be said that these yellow hats obey Gray's words. During this time, under Gray's guidance, they have learned to use cement, and also understand some of the main issues to pay attention to during construction. After the workers thoroughly mastered the method of using cement, Gray ran away again. Gray went to do another thing. Because he discovered that the world's understanding of building materials still rests on the stone itself. At most, it's just using a little bit of wood, and then it's gone. Gray doesn't want to waste time and manpower because of stone problems. So he chose to get something new again. This time he planned to bake bricks. Compared with making cement, making bricks is much easier. Gray purchased a large amount of clay and then had the remaining yellow hats make adobes every day. When the bricks are almost dry in the shade, the special brick kiln is almost ready. It's still the same old way of putting the bricks in and firing them. But unlike cement, bricks take a little longer to bake. So it takes a day or two to make a batch. Fortunately, Gray had anticipated this, so he built more and bigger brick kilns. One batch can burn tens of thousands of bricks. When the green bricks are fired, official construction can begin in the industrial zone. With cement and bricks, workers could build at breakneck speed. Green bricks are small and neat, and do not need to be cut or polished like stone. Moreover, green bricks are easy to transport and are not as bulky as stone. It takes several or even a dozen people to move a stone. This can greatly save time and labor costs. So while other businessmen were still laying stone slabs, the houses on Gray's side were already beginning to take shape. It's the same industrial area, so it's easy for everyone to see each other's situation. So other businessmen quickly discovered something was wrong with Gray. Then they saw the flat and hard ground on Gray's side, as if it was a single piece of flat ground. At the same time, they also saw the almost identical green bricks. This material is hard and easy to use. Building a house is also fast. You only need to apply that kind of cement and stack the green bricks together, and the walls and pillars of the house can be completed in no time. Moreover, the walls and pillars made are smooth, elegant and beautiful. It's not comparable to the stones they used. After seeing Gray's progress, everyone else's eyes popped out. The three Harrys and their businessman friends immediately found Gray, who was spending his leisurely time in the castle. And he proposed to use the same materials as Gray. Gray nodded without saying anything, and asked Tina to take out the material price list that she had prepared long ago. The merchants immediately exclaimed after seeing the prices of cement and bricks marked above. Not because it's too expensive, but because it's too cheap. Each ton of cement only costs 3 silver coins. Each blue brick only costs 2 copper coins. In this world, 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. In other words, 1 gold coin is enough to buy 5,000 bricks or more than 30 tons of cement. The savings were huge compared to their previously planned budget. The businessmen made another calculation and found that the money spent on building factories with stone materials could not only build 3 factories of the same size in Gray. Moreover, the materials here at Gray are convenient and durable, which can greatly speed up the practice. It feels like it only takes a month to set up the factory. Originally, their plan took more than half a year. For businessmen, time is money. Gray saves them time, which means it makes them money. Without hesitation, the merchants directly purchased goods worth thousands of gold coins. Don't underestimate a few thousand gold coins. That's a gold coin. Ordinary small businessmen may have to travel longer to make so much money. Moreover, building materials such as cement and green bricks are commodities in great demand. The materials ordered by these merchants in the industrial area alone have reached the level of thousands of gold coins. There will definitely be people who don't have enough and will continue to order. In addition to them, there will also be a large number of businessmen who will order cement and green bricks in the next few days. Gray estimated that after excluding the costs, he would have no problem earning 100,000 or 200,000 gold coins from the industrial zone project. It's a pity. The reaction of those merchants just now clearly felt that he was selling cheaply. Gray already felt that he had opened his mouth. But he still quoted a low price. Heartbroken, rounding off, I lost 100 million. Next time you quote, the price must be doubled. What? How much does it cost, you ask? The cost of a blue brick is only between 1/3 and 1/2 copper coins. The cost of 1 ton of cement is only about 80 copper coins, mainly because iron ore and coal cost more. Gray didn't make much, just hard-earned money, not worth mentioning. Just as Gray expected, orders for cement and green bricks are increasing every day. Gray doubled the price of cement and bricks the next day. Harry and others secretly scolded Gray for being shameless. But when Gray said that they could enjoy the previous friendship price, they praised Gray for his righteousness and his conscience among capitalists. The industrial zone is under construction in full swing. Because of the addition of Little Yellow Riding Hood, businessmen were extremely dissatisfied with the work efficiency of the coolies composed of fake refugees. So Gray took away the fake refugee prisoners and assigned the Little Yellow Hats to work on other lands. Gray asked the Little Yellow Hats not to be lazy when working, especially when building the dormitory building. They should repair whatever they can and look at it, including bathrooms, showers, sewers, water pipes, etc. Anyway, merchants will pay for the materials. These are the places where the Little Yellow Hats will live in the future, so we can't be careless. Seeing the Little Yellow Hats working diligently and enthusiastically, compared with the feeble appearance of the shackled prisoners before, it was a world of difference. The businessman immediately felt more comfortable. He kept praising the professionalism of the construction team hired by Gray. And Gray didn't do anything to those fake refugees. Instead, they raised them. These people have indeed been tortured recently, and they all look haggard and anxious. Gray placed them in a temporary camp, which was still closely guarded by soldiers. However, Gray treated them better in terms of meals. At least in addition to basic food, they also got a piece of bread and a bowl of broth every day. This made this group of fake refugees feel more grateful to Gray. People's hearts are so complicated. A few days ago, they hated Gray so much that their teeth itched with hatred. But after being tortured, they became more afraid of Gray. Now that they had eaten enough and even drank broth because of Gray, they felt extremely satisfied, and their hatred for Gray had dissipated a lot. Some were even very grateful to Gray. Gray didn't interact much with them. He just said a few words lightly. The first sentence. I know some of you hate me, but you have to think clearly that the root cause of all the pain you have suffered is not because of me, but because of your own laziness and greed. Second sentence. Now the punishment is over, but your sins are not forgiven. The third sentence. Someone will bring you food tomorrow. After saying that, Gray left, completely ignoring the many people in the crowd looking at him longingly. On the way back, in the carriage, Tina looked at Gray curiously. You didn't seem to want to deal with the prisoners directly, but instead provided them with delicious food. Tina didn't believe it was because Gray was soft-hearted. This man was standing on the city wall, drinking and laughing as he watched the soldiers massacre the fake refugees. Such a man has absolutely nothing to do with being soft-hearted. If it wasn't because he couldn't do it, it meant that Gray kept them for other purposes. Although Tina had not counted them, she could roughly estimate that the number of prisoners was probably close to 10,000. With so many people staying here and coaxing them to eat and drink, it costs a lot of money. With Gray's temperament, how could he waste his money? Listening to the maid's question, Gray just smiled and did not answer. Instead, he asked another question. Isn't Miss Anna in the castle these days? Tina was stunned when she heard this, and then nodded. Lady Anna is indeed absent these days, she went to the royal capital. But counting the time, it's time for Lady Anna to come back. Tina looked out the car window at the brand new street and the repaired stone arch not far away, and fell into deep thought. It will definitely be a surprise when Lady Anna comes back. I don't know if you still remember the agreement we made before, which is to let Miss Anna and I meet after the refugee problem is solved. Gray called the Countess Miss Anna in a polite tone, with a sense of alienation in her politeness. Tina frowned slightly when she heard this. But looking at Gray's calm look, she didn't know what to say. She suddenly didn't know whether she should think Lady Anna was lucky or unlucky. It would be great if nothing happened to Black Rock City that night. Tina thought to herself that she probably understood what Gray was thinking. It's a pity that gods will play a trick on people. Tina spoke softly. Don't worry, Lady Anna has not forgotten. In fact, Lady Anna has wanted to meet you for a long time. Gray was stunned when he heard this. Really? That's good. I thought Miss Anna didn't want to see me. Tina shook her head. That was just a misunderstanding, actually. Just as Tina was about to explain to Count Anna, she heard a violent sound of horse hooves. Gray felt the carriage stop beneath him. Gray and Anna turned to look at the end of the road at the same time. This is the intersection of two main roads. That direction is the east gate of Thorn City. I saw a group of armored knights majestically riding horses, following a red figure at the front. At the front of the team, there was a woman wearing a white slim-fitting knight's uniform. She came on horseback, with a bright heroic spirit in her eyebrows, and something seemed to be beating in her dark red eyes. The long dark red hair was tied into a ponytail, swaying as the red horse ran. She smiled wildly and openly, not like a powerful countess, but like a lawless little witch. The afterglow of the setting sun fell gently on her body, and finally on Gray's heart. Soon, the Countess's horse stopped outside the carriage. She looked down at Gray in the carriage. Gray looked at her too. Just like in the memory, she was still a breathtakingly beautiful woman, a kind of noble and wanton beauty. It seems like nothing can restrain her beauty. Want to get on the horse? I can hold you and ride. Anna looked at Gray and then extended an invitation to Gray. It's like an evil witch seducing an inexperienced little boy. Gray glanced at her, then stepped out of the carriage and jumped behind the Countess. The grumpy red horse suddenly became agitated when he felt his master's unexpected person falling on him. But before it could do anything, Gray reached out from behind the Countess's waist and grabbed the reins. Feeling the restlessness of the horse beneath him, Gray frowned slightly and subconsciously said in a deep voice, "Just calm down." As soon as he finished speaking, the big red horse that was about to become furious suddenly became quiet. He even turned back to Gray and snorted meekly. Anna's eyes widened, and she was a little unsure if this was still her horse. How could this guy have such a good temper? It's incredible. She thought Gray would be in a hurry. I didn't expect this big red horse to be taken care of so quickly. Anna looked back at Gray, and then at Gray's arms that were almost hugging her. I'll hold you and ride. Gray's faint voice rang in her ears, and then the sound of horse hooves sounded. Under everyone's gaze, the two of them galloped towards Rose Castle. There were also some knights who were in a daze. After the initial confusion, they immediately came to their senses and started chasing the two people in front of them with all their strength. Tina sitting in the carriage. A certain countess was so obsessed with her that she didn't even look at her. She forgot everything when she saw Gray. A certain man was even more outrageous. A second ago he was calling Miss Anna, as polite as a guest coming to the field. As soon as he saw Lady Anna, he immediately became rude. He got on his horse and hugged Lady Anna and ran away. Tina was a little tired. Just now she was naively worried about the future of these two people. Now she begins to worry about her future. A woman who says she doesn't expect love seems to be talking about a very novel kind of love. I really believed her lies at first. Tina curled her lips and asked the coachman to move on and return to Rose Castle. The distance from the street entrance to Rose Castle is not far, and it only takes a few minutes to reach it by galloping on horseback. But Gray just walked around the streets around the castle several times. And the euphemistic name was to show the Countess the brand new Thorn City. So the Countess's soft body stayed in his arms for another 10 minutes. After the sun had completely set, he slowly returned to the castle. Tina was already waiting for them at the castle gate. Seeing the two people getting off the horse one after another, Tina quickly greeted them. Anna dismounted first and then walked forward without looking back. Gray followed. Because Gray was there, Tina didn't say anything in front of Count Anna. She just gave Gray a weird look. Then he looked at Count Anna again, and then followed them silently without speaking. Although the two of them seemed to have no emotions on the surface. But Tina could only feel that there seemed to be some strange atmosphere between the two. Also, she didn't know if it was because of the fire, but she always felt that Lady Anna's face was red. Not sure, she looked again. I heard Tina say before that you want to talk to me. Anna's voice regained some of the aristocratic reserve and indifference, as if the person galloping with Gray just now was another person. Gray glanced at her back and thought to himself that this woman's face changes so quickly. Just now she was smiling openly and brazenly, but now she has turned into a reserved and dignified countess. In addition, her legs are so long and her waist is thin and soft. Gray thought to himself, he might as well bow to the rich woman. The rich woman is really fragrant. He admitted that he was a little greedy. But as soon as he saw the countess dismounting without even looking at him, he calmed down again. His mind had just slipped. Well, I have something I want to talk to Miss Anna about. Gray organized his words and spoke cautiously. Although he had just been seduced by this woman, his mind was in a state of excitement. But he also saw how quickly the countess changed her face. After thinking for a while, he adjusted his position. He will have to discuss the development order with the countess later. Now he still couldn't grasp the attitude of the countess, so he planned to be more stable and adjust his mentality to that of a tool without feelings. The countess seemed to be very friendly to him just now, but it could be seen from her relaxed posture that she just wanted to play with him. When you're in a good mood, tease him and make him happy, and you won't even look at him when it's over. In this case, he would not act like a husband in front of the countess. Instead, he responded to the countess, words in a polite and measured manner. Gray felt that he was quite resourceful, and since he had helped the countess before, he felt that the pioneering order was stable. It's just that he didn't expect his very measured words to come out of his mouth. The countess who was walking in front suddenly stopped. The countess turned around, her expression a little cold. The eyes that impressed Gray so much no longer had the dancing light and smile, only indifference and coldness remained. Obviously, Gray could feel the air around him getting colder. Gray looked at Anna in front of him with some surprise. He didn't know why she was angry, but he just clearly felt the strangeness of the fire element around Anna. It seemed that in the next moment, the surrounding fire elements were no longer active. The countess can actually affect the surrounding fire elements. Is she a magician? Gray had to condense the mental power crystal core yesterday. In terms of mental strength, he has reached the level of a magician. The sense of the elements is unmistakable. He had heard before that the Field family was a family with a strong inheritance of power, but he heard that the Field family was similar to the Harrington family, except that their bloodline inherited the power of knights who favored close combat. Compared to warriors who prefer to attack, knights pay more attention to protection. But whether they are warriors or knights, their power comes from the same source of fighting spirit. Dochi and magic are two completely different power systems. There is no communication between the two. He had never heard of anyone in the Field family becoming a magician. The countess didn't seem to be as bright and flamboyant as she appeared. Some things are hidden very deep. Gray's thoughts have begun to wander. He was completely subconsciously thinking about Count Anna being a magician. Another thing that was completely ignored. That is, the countess seemed a little angry. Miss Anna. Anna opened her red lips lightly, but the words she spat out had a depressing coldness. You call me that? Anna looked at Gray, who still didn't realize his mistake, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Gray was stunned for a moment, then tentatively said, Then I'll call you Anna. The countess snorted softly, turned around and continued walking towards the castle. Gray heard her cold voice coming from the front. You are my husband, you can scream if you want. Gray, this woman is really puzzling. She can call her whatever she wants. This is obviously letting herself call her by her name. Gray had a vague feeling that the other party didn't seem to hate him or reject him. This countess seemed a bit arrogant. In addition, it feels like she cares about her husband's identity. And for some reason, Gray always felt that the Countess was a little interested in him. Thinking of this, Gray quickly shook his head, thinking that he must have been single for a long time and had one of the 3 major illusions in life, that she liked me. Otherwise, why do you feel that the Countess is really that interested in me? If it was really interesting, the 2 of them wouldn't have been married until now. They both lived their own lives. If they hadn't met by chance today, they wouldn't have known how long it would have been before they met. But no matter what, the Countess looks a bit arrogant and surprisingly easy to get in touch with. He originally thought that the other party would be very arrogant and disdain to communicate with him. As long as you can communicate. Gray quickly followed. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Anna, can I have dinner with you?" The long-legged Countess in front gave Gray a positive reply, "Okay." At the same time, the ponytail on the back of the Countess' head became the same as when she was riding a horse, and began to sway lively. Gray noticed this. Tina noticed this too. As the maid who takes personal care of the Countess, she knows the Countess's habits very well, and can also detect the mood of this adult in some subtle ways. She had just watched it for a long time, and Lady Anna should be in a very happy mood now. Gray felt that the Countess' mood seemed to be getting better. He was in a good mood, so he continued, "Then Anna, go and have a good rest first, take a bath and change clothes, and I'll prepare some delicious food for you." Gray couldn't stand the food of this world for a long time. Before, he was either cultivating, traveling for refugees, or doing factory work. Now that he was going to have dinner with the Countess, Gray felt that he should cook something delicious for his nominal wife, and he should also improve the food himself. After hearing Gray's words, the Countess, who was about to go upstairs, turned around again and looked at Gray with some surprise. Gray felt that the Countess was like a masterpiece of God's skills, otherwise it would be impossible for any expression on her face to look so beautiful. "You want to cook yourself?" Anna's dark red eyes stared at Gray, as if she couldn't believe that Gray could actually cook. "I should be able to, but I haven't made it for a long time, but I can guarantee that it tastes good," Gray said confidently. Anna nodded reservedly. "Okay, I'm just looking forward to your cooking skills." With that said, she turned and went upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. Tina on the other side stayed with Gray. Now she is Gray's personal maid. Tina now stared at Gray with big eyes. "Do you really know how to cook?" Gray glanced at her. "Of course, I have told you before that the food in your castle is terrible. If you still don't believe it, just watch from the side." "Master, I will show you my skills." Gray was in a good mood, and when he thought about the upcoming development order, he felt even better, and his tone of voice when talking to Tina was much lighter. Tina looked at Gray's back as he left humming a tune, and recalled Lady Anna's brisk pace just now. "You seem to be in a good mood." Gray had been in the kitchen before. It's a large area with many stoves and stoves. Compared with the kitchens of previous lives, there are not so many kitchen utensils in the kitchens of this world. After all, stew reigns supreme in this world. Chicken, duck and fish can be stewed. Stew is easy and convenient. Even nobles eat stew for 8 out of 10 meals. As for the rest, there is only roast meat, mashed potatoes, baked potatoes, pan-fried steaks, and boiled peas. Gray thought about it while feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. In fact, if the chef could handle the ingredients properly, remove the fishy smell when necessary, add salt when necessary, and give the food a rest, Gray wouldn't be so resentful. The maids in the kitchen were chatting. They just said that a maid's husband was getting worse and worse recently, and the maid was very dissatisfied. Women in this era seem to have so many topics to talk about. No matter what we talk about, it always seems to come back to men. Gray listened to the maids laughing and joking in the kitchen, and then walked directly in. Suddenly, the originally relaxed and happy atmosphere quickly fell silent. The maids who were chatting about men just now were all startled, and stood up and lined up in a row with their necks hunched. It was obvious that they were very nervous, especially one of the elderly maids. The moment she saw Gray, her body stiffened. She had heard before that Master Gray didn't seem to like the food she cooked. She was very distressed about this and sometimes couldn't sleep all night long. In order to research new dishes, she stews different ingredients together every day, hoping to find a better taste. But researching new dishes is not easy. In addition, she is already in her 60s, which is very old. Her energy is not as good as before, and her research on dishes will be very slow. Miss Tina told her some time ago that Mr. Gray actually likes her food very much and eats a lot every time. Let her not worry about work. She was excited all day about this. Then, in order to confirm Miss Tina's words, she secretly ran over to see Mr. Gray's eating status. This sight made her heart freeze. Miss Tina is right, Mr. Gray has a huge appetite and eats a lot of food at every meal. But as a chef, she could tell that Gray really disliked the taste of food. Mr. Gray eats a lot because of his own appetite, not because of the deliciousness of the food. The old maid could clearly see the helplessness and disgust in Gray's eyes. She understood at that time that the research on new dishes must continue. Otherwise she will lose her job who knows when. She has to research the food that Mr. Gray likes. With this idea in mind, she has been working hard every day these days. But she didn't expect that Gray would suddenly come to the kitchen. She couldn't help but look at Gray anxiously, very scared to hear his name from Gray's mouth. But Gray didn't care what others were doing. After he came in, he immediately looked at the condiments near the stove. To put it this way, it's hard to put it into words. Even the salt looks rough and of low purity, so you need to add a lot of salt every time you use it. As for other peppers, there are relatively few Sichuan peppercorns. Spices are more expensive than salt, and are as valuable as gold. These condiments can only be seen in the kitchens of nobles. The other thing is some coarse brown sugar, butter, and vinegar. Not even onions, ginger, and garlic, nor soy sauce, oil, or MSG, let alone any sauces. Gray was speechless, the condiments in this world were so monotonous. No wonder he always finds certain foods tasteless. Fortunately, because Gray was dissatisfied with the food, he went to find some seasonings through merchants, especially emphasizing the importance of onions, ginger, and garlic. The results were not bad and a similar replacement was found. Those condiments cannot be said to be exactly the same as in the previous life, but at least the taste and effect are very similar. He has already asked people to go to the storage room of the castle to get them. After looking at the condiments, Gray went to look at today's ingredients. Fortunately, there is a place like an ice cellar in Rose Castle, which is very convenient for storing ingredients, which also means that the ingredients in the castle are relatively abundant. Not only beef, mutton and pork, but also chicken, duck and fish. There are also some flesh and blood of high-level monsters. Gray took a rough look around and decided what to cook. Coconut chicken, garlic pork ribs, tomato scrambled eggs, spicy and sour potato shreds, plus a caramel stewed milk dessert. After selecting the dishes, Gray immediately started working on it. When the maids who were originally responsible for cooking saw Gray coming out with the ingredients, their eyes widened. Gray made the coconut chicken first and opened several coconuts. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the maids, he processed the chicken 3 times and divided it into 2 parts, cleaned up the blood, and then put it into the earthen jar filled with coconut milk and started slowly stew. Then he started blanching the ribs without stopping. I have to say that the kitchen utensils in this world are really awkward to use, but I can barely use them. The garlic spare ribs came out steaming hot in a short time, followed by tomato scrambled eggs, and then spicy and sour shredded potatoes. After finishing all these dishes, coconut chicken is ready too. Gray asked people to bring all these dishes out, and then started to make a caramel stew for Anna using brown sugar, milk and eggs. The entire cooking process is because Gray is a magician and has a strong control over the elements. Whether he is cooking or making desserts, he adjusts the temperature very accurately, and because he can adjust the temperature of the food, this coke as the sugar-stewed milk also cools down very quickly. After finishing everything, Gray glanced at the maids who were stunned, and gave Tina another look. He did a lot when he was just cooking, so he left some of each dish in the kitchen. It's time to give these maids a little gourmet shock. What is food? This is food. You can try the dishes I cook. I have already told you that the taste of your dishes is really bad. I have to give you a taste. I hope you will make some progress in the future. After saying that, Gray took the dessert and left the kitchen. Tina glanced at the direction Gray left, and then glanced at the hot dish Gray left behind. She thought about it, then stayed. Gray was going to have dinner with Lady Anna, so there was no need for her to disturb them at this time. Just in time to try Gray's craft. In fact, Tina had been shocked by the aroma of food that she had never smelled before when Gray was cooking. She couldn't believe that a nobleman could actually cook. It's not just a simple barbecue or a casual big pot stew, but those exquisite and beautiful foods. This was the first time she had seen such delicious, delicious food. If she hadn't seen Gray cooking with her own eyes, she would have thought it was the masterpiece of the master chef. With a hint of mixed emotions, Tina walked to the dishes, picked up a piece of ribs with a fork, and put it into her mouth. Suddenly a wonderful taste bloomed on her taste buds. An indescribable smell of meat made her eyes widen. Delicious, a taste that I have never tasted before. Then there is the coconut chicken with a strong coconut aroma and elastic meat. Gray also made dipping sauces for them. The sweetness of the coconut milk blended perfectly with the chicken, and paired with the secret sauce, Tina couldn't help but eat a few more pieces. Not to mention the sour and delicious tomato scrambled eggs, which is a great dish to go with the meal. After Tina finished eating, she took out the bread directly, and she was going to make dinner here. Gray's cooking is so delicious. When the other maids saw that Tina was eating so well, they all looked at Tina pitifully. Tina looked at the table full of dishes and then at them. She smiled and said, "Come together, you can also try these delicious foods." The maids immediately swarmed in. After tasting the dishes, all of them opened their eyes wide and fell into a state of shock. What a delicacy this is! So delicious. The old maid immediately fell into a downtime state. She finally understood what kind of delicious food Gray wanted. This kind of delicacy is simply not something that chefs of this era can make. She understood that if she had not personally tasted these delicious foods in her life, she would never believe that such delicacies existed that made her soul tremble. She also understood that she would never be able to make this kind of delicacy even if she studied it until she died. At this moment, she was finally convinced, and she even felt in awe of Gray's cooking skills. She was very grateful to Gray. If it weren't for this adult, she wouldn't have been able to taste this delicious food in her life. In the restaurant, Anna, who had just finished bathing and changing clothes, changed into a black slim-fitting dress. She looked at the delicately arranged and steaming dishes in front of her, and glanced at Gray with some surprise. She didn't expect Gray to actually make such exquisite dishes. And it smells delicious and delicious. Gray briefly introduced the name of the dish to Anna, and then waited for Anna to taste it. Without exception, when Anna ate the first piece of ribs, her crimson eyes suddenly shone brightly. Gray watched her eat 3 pieces of pork ribs in one go, and then he was a little reserved to try other dishes. Then she discovered that the other dishes were also delicious. She was a little reserved at first, but after being bombarded by several delicacies, Anna was no longer too lazy to be reserved. She has never had such delicious food. Then, Gray watched her enter into an immersed state of cooking. Not even raising his head. Gray also wanted to talk about the pioneering order while eating. Unexpectedly, the Countess didn't give him a chance, and he really didn't want to interrupt Anna, who was working hard to cook. Watching Anna stuff her mouth full, Gray suddenly felt that this woman was a bit cute. This is already Anna's third image. From the flamboyant little Miko at the beginning, to the noble female aristocrat later, and now to the somewhat cute jobber. Gray smiled. Forget it, wait until she finished eating. Gray also has a big appetite, but he divided the meal into 2 portions, so he didn't need to worry about not having enough food. After Gray and Anna were satisfied with their meal, Gray placed the dessert in front of Anna. At the same time, he also said, "Anna, there is something I want you to help with." At this moment, Anna was shocked by the silky texture of caramel stewed milk. After hearing Gray speak, she restrained her expression of surprise. Anna put down her dessert and looked at Gray. Anna almost forgot about the serious matter, and Anna felt a little embarrassed. Mainly because the food Gray makes is so delicious. The only thought left in her mind was eating. Thinking about it now, she couldn't help but blush slightly. But she still managed to calm down. She knew that Gray had something to ask her for, otherwise this man would not have helped her solve the problem of refugees, helped her make a lot of money, and finally even cooked for her himself. Although Gray had a strong purpose, what he did benefit her. It helped her a lot. She had already decided that this was the first time Gray asked her to do something, and she would try her best to do it well. "Tell me first what you want." Anna opened her red lips slightly and spoke calmly. Gray took a breath and then said, I want a pioneering order. Pioneering order. Anna was a little surprised when she heard this unexpected answer, and then she frowned. You want to open up a territory and go out independently. Are you not used to the field territory? In other words, do you have any objections to me? You are my husband, and the field territory also has your share. If you want to manage the territory, I can give it to you. You have power. Anna's eyes were staring at Gray calmly, but Gray could clearly feel that there was a storm brewing deep in those crimson eyes. Gray understood that the Countess was already unhappy. If you put yourself in his shoes, he can understand. But he really needs the pioneering work. It wasn't that he had any problem with Anna. After realizing that Anna seemed to have some misunderstandings, he immediately explained, Anna, I have no objection to you. I have lived very comfortably in field during this period. To be honest, no one pampered me so much when I was in Harrington. Pass. Gray smiled sincerely, but Anna still didn't speak, just looked at him quietly. Gray continued, I want the expansion order to open up a territory of my own, not because of you, but because I want to have a foundation of my own. As a man, I feel that I need some foundation of my own. I am your husband, but I don't want to be your vassal, Anna. What I want is not the power you give me, but the power I have on my own. Quote. Gray looked at Anna with a calm expression. He has always believed in the principle that it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. The world is ever changing, and no one can say what the future will be like. Anna's things belong to Anna and belong to the Field family. Even if he can rely on Anna to have power, it is power attached to Anna. Without Anna, he is nothing. He is rootless after all. He needs his own land, his own territory. Anna looked at Gray and talked about his ideals, and the storm in his eyes slowly dissipated. It turns out that Gray just doesn't want to be her vassal. The emotion in Anna's eyes quickly dissipated. But she still said, where do you want to open up a territory? This question is crucial. Anna is hinting to Gray that there is no suitable wasteland anymore. And as Anna's husband, Gray must consider Anna's factors, and the territory he opens cannot be too far away from field territory. If it is around field territory, there are indeed some places that do not belong to any country. But those places, without exception, are very troublesome. Among them, the Donglet Mountains in the west are where monsters gather. If you go there, you are simply asking for death. Although there are only a few monsters active in the north, the terrain is complex, with large swamps and jungles. Orcs are extremely active. Moreover, deep in the northern jungle swamps, it is rumored that there are some powerful beings living, and these are also potential threats. There is a plain in the northwest, but the land there is barren. It is within the radiation range of the eastern Leyte Mountains, and it borders another country. The northeast is close to the sea, but there are many pirates and some island countries that harass it from time to time. It can be said that the conditions in these places are extremely harsh. If any of these places were easy to open up, someone would have captured them long ago in the past 200 years. Gray heard Anna's question and immediately replied, North. Currently, the most suitable location for him is the north. Although there are swamps, jungles, and orcs there, it seems very dangerous, but this just proves that the north has enough survival resources, otherwise the orcs would not be able to survive there. Where to live? There is a swamp, which means there is sufficient water there. Not to mention the jungle, wood is also a resource. And the presence of jungle means there is food. Of course, the most important thing is that the land there is definitely more fertile than the land in the northwest and northeast. As long as there is land that can be cultivated, I believe it will be able to attract many residents. Of course, that's assuming he solves the security issues. As for safety issues, Gray has already had an idea. The threat in the north is actually mainly orcs. Orcs have super physical strength that humans don't have, and they have a strong sense of territory. As long as humans get close, they will pay attention to them. It is not that no one has tried to open up territory before. Without exception, they were harassed and attacked by orcs in various ways when they were just making preparations in the early stage. In the end, most of the workers were killed and injured, and they had to leave the matter alone. Some people are also trying to clear out the orcs before opening up territory. But those orcs won't stand and let you beat them. They are extremely sensitive to danger. Usually, people have already run away before you take action. Because there are so many jungles and swamps in the north, it is difficult for large armies to enter. And if a magician takes action, it is very likely to provoke some powerful creatures deep in the north. So the north has always been occupied by those orcs. Gray was also targeting the north this time. When Anna heard Gray's decisive answer, she knew that Gray had already thought about this question countless times. He had already made up his mind. Anna found no reason to refuse. She only agreed to Gray's request after confirming Gray's determination. A pioneering order is not difficult for the Field family. I understand. I will help you with the development order. It will take some time, the minimum is 20 days, the maximum is 1 month, and the development order will be in your hands. Anna took a deep look at Gray. I hope everything goes well for you. Gray thought Anna would refuse. Just now he felt the low pressure radiating from Anna's body. But unexpectedly, Anna agreed without hesitation after listening to his explanation. This surprised Gray and made him even more grateful to Anna. He knew very well that without the Countess, he would not be able to obtain the development order within a few years. Not to mention the development order, just the preparations needed to open up the territory would take him several years. Even if he has many fantastic ideas in his mind, there are many ways to make money. But if a person who has nothing starts from scratch, it will be hell. Maybe if he just started doing it here, other businessmen who smell the smell will be able to eat him up. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of gold coins earned. Seeing that Count Anna is so easy to talk to, Gray's worries, which he had just been worried about just now, calmed down. Anna, thank you. Gray thanked him sincerely. Anna just responded lightly. You're welcome, we are husband and wife, your business is my business, it is a very ambitious idea for you to open up a territory, but it is difficult, I will try my best to help you, just there is some instability over the eastern Leyte Mountains now, and the army needs to be stationed there, while the remaining army still needs to defend Thorn City. I will try my best to mobilize troops to help you, but the number will not be too large. I am afraid it will be difficult to block a large number of orcs. Since you chose the north as the location to open up, you should also know the situation there. Although the army I asked about has cavalry and armor, but the terrain there is complicated and the cavalry cannot exert its true combat effectiveness. And the infantry does not have the support of war horses. It is too difficult to confront the orcs head-on. Without strong defenses, it is difficult for you to stand firm. This is also the reason why most people who want to open up territory there fail. After Anna decided to support Gray, she immediately began to analyze the situation from Gray's perspective. As the Earl of the territory, she is very familiar with the situation around her territory. He also knew what Gray was about to face. She was reminding Gray. Everyone in Gray was dumbfounded when they heard that Anna actually directly said that they would mobilize the army to open up territory from him. The Countess was too kind to him. This was exactly how a real wife fully supported her husband. Gray was in a trance at this moment. He felt as if he had a chance to change from a tool husband to a real Countess husband. Then Anna looked at Gray with a half-smile and said, there is also the issue of labor force. Those fake refugees should be left behind by you in preparation for opening up the territory, right? I was still wondering why you kept them before, but now I know. It seems that you had already. Are you preparing to open up your territory? So, the industrial zone you built is not just for my territory, right? Listening to Anna exposing her previous plan bit by bit, Gray didn't feel embarrassed. What he said was true, and they were planning to send out the army to help. What else could he say? He just looked at Anna and said, yes, that's what I planned. I originally thought of bringing it up myself later, but I didn't expect you to react so quickly. Anna glanced at Gray. The labor force can be given to you, but I cannot give you all the money earned in the industrial zone. The land is mine, so I can only give you half. When Anna said this, she felt heartbroken, but when she thought that Gray had helped earn the money, and he was her husband, if he wanted to start a career, she must support him. So I have no choice but to give him half of the money first. If he doesn't have enough, I can just give him the money slowly. Fortunately, Gray earned a lot of money and split half of it. The rest was enough for her army to replace equipment and purchase a batch of war horses. The unused money can be kept for later use, or given to Gray to open up territory. Gray was stunned. What did the Countess just say? She wants to give me half of her wealth. Gray felt as if a rich woman had targeted his weak point and hit him with money. This blow directly emptied Gray's health bar. Looking at Anna's delicate and beautiful face in front of him, Gray found that his heart was shamefully speeding up. Originally, his goal was to get the Countess to give him 30%, which would be the best. If it doesn't work out, he can be satisfied with 20%. Little did he know that the rich woman gave him half before he even opened his mouth. The Countess didn't even need Gray to ask, she just gave the money to others. From the Countess, Gray deeply realized the benefits of having a rich woman behind him. He had the shameful thought of bowing to the rich woman. From the beginning of the conversation with Anna, the subsequent conversation was almost completely different from what he expected. I have to say, the rich woman is really sweet. Gray shamefully changed his mind. He no longer wants to be just a tool. He wants to become a regular employee. This high-quality rich woman must be captured. There is no conflict between opening up territory and attracting rich women. When Gray was thinking about how to become a regular employee, Anna on the side saw that Gray had been silent and thought that Gray was dissatisfied with his arrangement. Anna thought for a while and explained, "This is the greatest support I can give you. The army led by Field needs to update a lot of equipment, and it also needs to purchase war horses, which requires some money. If you wait until these are completed, there will be more for the money, I will give you some more." Gray said quickly after hearing this, "I'm not dissatisfied, but I'm too satisfied. I didn't expect you to give me half of the money." Anna frowned. "Why do you think so?" Gray told the truth. "After all, those lands belong to the Field family. In addition, I also used your power. I just helped you sell some land. I am very satisfied if I can get a small portion. Actually, I was still struggling with how to ask for money just now. You gave me too much, which made me feel a bit unreal." Anna stared at Gray after hearing this, and said word by word, "Those lands are ours, and that money is also shared by us. If you need anything in the future, you can tell me directly and I will try my best to satisfy you. We are one. I feel like you haven't really adapted to your current status. You are a little alienated from me and the Field family. Why? It's because you and I have not met during this period, and we have not taken the last step between husband and wife, allowing you to. Is there any misunderstanding?" Gray's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he thought to himself, "Isn't this nonsense? Are there any couples who only see each other once in 10 or 20 days after getting married? Even communication can only be passed through the maid. And they still live in the same castle." Under such circumstances, Gray really had to think too much, and it was impossible for him to fully integrate into the Field family, let alone regard the Countess as his wife. Who knows what people are thinking? He didn't misunderstand, he just had self-awareness. In order to avoid all kinds of troublesome situations, he can only maintain this attitude. Seeing that Gray didn't speak, Anna sighed. "It seems I was right." Anna stood up from her seat. Her long and close-fitting skirt outlines her figure in an extremely alluring way. She walked up to Gray, then lifted up her long skirt and sat directly on Gray's lap. Then, when Gray was a little dazed, he directly held down Gray's head and pressed his red lips tightly on Gray's lips. Gray's eyes widened and his mind went blank for a while. He only felt the novel and soft touch that was so wonderful. It was as if a spark had fallen on a powder keg. It directly ignited Gray's passion. The two were entangled at the dining table. I don't know how long it took before their lips separated. Anna's eyes were a little blurry, but she still looked straight at Gray. "Is there still any misunderstanding now?" Gray smacked his lips. "Well, there's one more thing." Anna smiled and hooked Gray's neck. "Go upstairs." Gray nodded seriously. Then he hugged the delicate Countess and rushed upstairs. Early the next morning, Gray felt pain in his waist when he got up. How should I put it? Gray felt like his body had been hollowed out. Gray's physique is different from ordinary people. He has been nourished by a large amount of high-level monsters' flesh and blood, and his physique is not inferior to those warriors who have tempered their bodies for more than 10 or 20 years. Moreover, he also has fighting spirit to protect his body. How can we say that his combat power is already at the top of the pyramid? Yes. Originally, he thought that dealing with a charming countess, a magician, would not be a big problem. But he soon found out he was wrong. Gray felt his calves trembling when he got out of bed. He glanced at the small puddle of scarlet on the bed, and there were many greetings in his mind. No, are female mages so fierce now? Doesn't it mean that the mage is very fragile and not physically strong? What the hell, what kind of magic is Anna learning? I have to learn it too. Gray looked at the fragments of clothes beside the bed. His clothes had died a heroic sacrifice last night. You loser fool, why are you so strong? When he thought about being held down by Anna's hand and unable to move last night, he wanted to wipe away tears. That woman was simply not a human being. Gray looked down at himself and saw traces of Anna's wantonness. Why do you go out to meet people? Gray fell into thought. When there was a knock on the door and Tina's voice, Gray immediately got into bed and wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. Master, I have put your clothes here for you. There is hot water ready in the bathroom. Lady Anna is already waiting in the restaurant. She is looking forward to you making her a breakfast. After Tina walked into the room, she looked intently at Gray, who was wrapped in a quilt, with only his head exposed. He seemed to be completely unaware of the mess in the room. Gray coughed lightly. Okay, I understand. Why don't you go out beforehand? I will make breakfast for Anna later. When Tina heard this, she didn't stop, turned around and walked out the door. When Gray finished washing, dressed neatly and went downstairs holding on to the wall, the maids passing by were trying hard to lower the corners of their mouths and keep a straight face. Gray, I always felt that the maids looked at him a little strangely. Gray felt that his dignity as a man had been trampled on by them. He hummed and went downstairs and entered the kitchen. What do those women know? It's not that I'm not good, it's Anna who is great. Master, are you going to cook for the Earl yourself again? When the maids in the kitchen saw Gray coming in holding his waist, they all looked strange. Gray's face was expressionless. Why, can't you? Feeling Master Gray's low pressure, all the maids pursed their lips and did not dare to smile. But their eyes would always glance at Gray's waist inadvertently. Last night, many maids saw the Earl being carried to the room by Master Gray, and they heard that the commotion in the room lasted for most of the night. But early this morning, the Earl came downstairs with a rosy face and refreshed. On the contrary, it was Mr. Gray who came down holding on to the wall. Now all the maids know that Master Gray is no match for Lady Anna. However, they were not laughing at Gray, but they found the way Mr. Gray was holding his waist very interesting. Gray randomly made some small cakes using eggs, flour, and milk, and then made some large meat buns with thin skin and large fillings. Fortunately, there is yeast in this world, and the cakes and buns produced are very soft. Then I made a little milk oatmeal with milk and oats. Gray took the time to make his own oats, which only require oat flour and wheat flour. Gray used the power of the elements to compress most of the breakfast time. Soon I went to the restaurant with breakfast. Gray placed the food in front of Anna, who was listening to Tina's report. She was not in Thorns City during this period, and Thorns City had changed a lot. When she came back yesterday, she found that Thorns City had a completely new look, which was why she was in a good mood at the time. Originally, Tina should have gone to find Anna quietly last night, but everyone knew that Gray slept with Anna yesterday, so Tina had no chance to report the changes in the territory yesterday. Now it happened that Anna was free in the restaurant, so she asked Tina to tell her about the situation in the city. After hearing that there was another lottery operation to buy land, Anna's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Gray with a satisfied smile. She really didn't know how Gray could have so many fantastic ideas in his head. Anna smiled happily when she heard that several more rooms were filled with gold coins. After seeing Gray sitting next to her, Anna turned her head. She glanced at Gray's face for a few times, then began to move down and saw the food on the table. Finally, it subconsciously landed on the lower part of Gray's abdomen. She was very satisfied with Gray's young and strong body last night. When Anna thought about what happened last night, her body couldn't help but feel hot, and she licked her lips subconsciously. Gray felt his waist begin to hurt again. He quickly sat down and pushed the big meat buns and cakes in front of Anna. What are you talking about? Gray spoke to divert Anna's attention. Anna heard this and replied, let's talk about what you were doing during my absence. Gray was a little curious. Did you always listen to what Tina said about me like this before? Anna nodded. Yes, Gray. Why don't you just ask me? After becoming a couple with Anna last night, Gray's attitude towards Anna and his own thoughts and stance will naturally change. Before, he thought Anna was using him as an excuse to refuse to marry someone else. Now it seems that Anna really regards him as her man. This woman was very proactive last night, and from the moment he entered the Field family, Anna's support for him never stopped. In this case, he naturally needs to care about issues that he never cared about before. He was also curious about why Anna didn't see him some time ago. Anna said casually, "Because something happened in Black Rock City some time ago, I was there most of the time." Gray glanced at her and thought to himself that the Countess really couldn't lie. Gray could clearly see her twinkling eyes and obvious stiffness in her body. Gray silently retracted his gaze from Anna, then raised his head and glanced at Tina on the side. Tina felt speechless. What is Lady Anna doing? What about the calm attitude you have always maintained? How can you be so calm when facing the king that you can lie without changing your expression? What's the difference between this and saying directly to Gray, "I'm lying to you"? Under Gray's gaze, Tina lowered her head silently. Gray didn't embarrass the little maid, nor did he get to the bottom of it. Since Anna didn't want to talk, he stopped asking. But there is one question that he must ask clearly. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep. Gray grabbed Anna's hand. The Countess's little hands were unusually soft and delicate. Unlike other women's palms, Anna's little hands were always warm. "Anna, what kind of magic do you practice? I want to learn it too." Gray begged sincerely. Just by consuming the flesh and blood of high-level monsters, Gray feels like it will take a long time to catch up with Anna's physique. So he wanted to ask Anna directly how she practiced. After he obtains the cultivation method, won't his cultivation speed take off? By then, he will have a fierce battle of 1,000,000 words no matter what. Anna was a little confused by his question. The Countess was a little stunned. She didn't understand why Gray thought she was a magician. Anna quickly came to her senses and shook her head. "I have never practiced magic." Gray was shocked, and soon he said again, "Then you are a knight." It has always been easy for powerful knights to appear in the Field family. If it is a knight, it seems that Anna is very strong. His own physique is comparable to those of warriors who have been tempered for more than 10 or 20 years. With his strength, he is considered a strong one among warriors. Unexpectedly, Anna was stronger than him. He looked at Anna's soft little hand in his hand, and then thought carefully about the soft and delicate body last night. He was a little doubtful. It didn't look like he had the physique of a knight. Anna watched Gray's expression change, and watched as his eyes kept wandering around her. She suddenly realized why Gray suddenly asked her such a question. Anna let Gray hold one hand, and supported her white chin with the other hand, with some teasing in her eyes. "What's wrong? Do you think you didn't perform well last night?" When Gray heard that Anna directly exposed his thoughts, he couldn't help but blush. Anna chuckled lightly, and held Gray's hand with her backhand. She leaned forward, put her red lips next to Gray's ear and whispered softly, "Don't feel inferior. You are already very good. I am very satisfied." Gray. The question about what secret method Anna practiced was revealed by Anna. Gray could only sigh on the side. He could only make up his mind silently. During this period of time, he would study how to quickly improve his physical fitness. He didn't believe that with his learning ability, he would be pinned to the bed by the Countess. The conversation between the two quickly returned to normal. And because the relationship between the two broke through the negative distance last night. So the atmosphere between the two is very natural and harmonious. Gray has not kept a distance from Anna, but has completely assumed the role of husband. Anna didn't hesitate at all. She always regarded Gray as her husband. The two soon started chatting about the industrial area. Gray told him about his plans to open a factory in the industrial area. "Are cement and blue bricks really as useful as you say?" Anna immediately became curious after hearing these two things Gray said. Gray nodded. "It's very useful. I'll take you to see it later." Anna smiled and nodded. "Okay, what is this round thing?" "It's delicious. This thing is called a steamed bun. I got up a little late today. If you like it, I can make some more fillings tonight. If you like something sweet, I can make you some bean paste or candies. If you like something salty, I can make other fillings for you. Meat filling, or soup dumplings, crab roe dumplings, etc." Gray said casually. Anna took a big bite of the meat bun, and her delicious eyes narrowed. I want to have a taste. She licked the oil stains on her lips and then took another sip of the porridge. She was immediately amazed by the rich and creamy paste food. This is delicious too. Anna picked up the freshly baked, fluffy and soft cake again. This is delicious too. Gray only ate 2 buns, a piece of cake, and a bowl of porridge, and the rest went into Anna's stomach. Seeing that Anna's stomach didn't rise and fall at all, Gray shook his head. A woman's stomach is really magical. It's so big that you can't even see it at all. After breakfast, the two took a carriage to the industrial area outside the city. Before entering the industrial area, Anna had already felt the benefits of cement pavement. This hard and flat road surface makes the carriage very stable. Even smoother than those newly repaired stone roads in the city. I can't feel any bumps at all. There is no smooth road like this in the entire kingdom. This was completely beyond Anna's imagination. What kind of magical material is this that can actually do such incredible things? Anna got out of the car and took a closer look and found that the material seemed to be a hole. Although there is a gap every 20 meters, that gap will not affect the driving of the vehicle at all. Anna couldn't imagine how such a large piece of material was transported. Moreover, such a large piece of material can be cut so smoothly and squarely. Also, how long has it been since she left Thorn City? In the past 10 days, how come there is such a smooth road? Anna's little head was filled with questions. She had already underestimated Gray's abilities. Unexpectedly, she was still at her lowest point. Gray gave her a surprise. How's it going? Isn't this a good road? Gray smiled and said to Anna, who got back into the car. It's amazing. How on earth is this done? With such a solid ground, there is no need to worry about mud caused by rainy days, and it is so flat that the carriage can increase a lot of speed when driving on it. If there is such a road between every town in field territory, it will greatly promote the communication and connections between towns in the territory. The transportation between cities will be more convenient, which will be a great opportunity for businessmen. Good thing. With such a flat road, it will be much more convenient to get from Thorn City to Black Rock City, and it will speed up the march. Anna suddenly paused as she spoke, and she looked up at Gray. She suddenly realized a problem. Gray said that cement is a building material. Its role is not just to build roads. Anna's eyes became hot, and she grabbed Gray's arm and sealed it tightly to her chest. Gray, can this material be used to build city walls and houses? Gray looked at his sealed arm, then smiled and nodded, of course. Anna's eyes lit up immediately. Just when she was about to continue asking, she suddenly realized a problem. But they are too big. Will it be inconvenient to transport them? Anna frowned and asked. Gray shook his head when he heard this and said, no. Just at this time, the carriage stopped. The industrial area was on the flat land next to Thorn City, only a few kilometers away. The carriage was traveling very fast. When they were talking, the carriage arrived just in time. It's just right. Let you see the cement construction site with your own eyes and you will understand. Gray pulled Anna out of the car. As soon as she got out of the car, Anna saw a large area of cement land on the flat land not far away. On the cement floor, there were also a large number of strangely shaped, square buildings that looked like houses. Throughout the construction site of the industrial zone, workers wearing yellow safety helmets were working enthusiastically on the construction site. There are also some businessmen who are talking to the workers. Looking at the construction site with thousands of people in front of her in an orderly manner, Anna was filled with surprise. She remembered that this place was a barren land before. Now buildings are rising here one after another. There are quite a few. She was stunned. It seems that it has been less than a month since the industrial zone was proposed. Why is this completely different? Anna stared blankly at the outline of the industrial area that had clearly appeared next to her Thorn City. For a moment she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Gray did not interrupt her visit to the construction site, but gently held her hand and walked through the cement road between the construction sites to an area under construction. This is Gray's land. The foundation here has been completed long ago and most of the factory buildings have been repaired. Gray brought Anna to several workers who were working. Master Gray. The workers who were working didn't notice Gray's arrival at first, and they didn't see anyone until Gray came closer. Suddenly the worker screamed subconsciously and then stopped working. His voice immediately attracted the attention of all the little yellow hats around him. Suddenly the workers at the entire construction site became excited. Now their daily life is extremely fulfilling, and they can eat meat every meal. They have enough food every day and have endless energy. This is a living condition that they could not even imagine when they were in Black Rock City. And all of this was brought to them by Gray. They have long regarded Gray as their reborn parents and respect Gray extremely. Don't pay too much attention to us. You continue to work. I will bring your lord to see you. By the way, let her see our work efficiency. Do your best. Gray said with a smile. The workers responded immediately, and then began to work harder after saluting Anna one by one. Anna smiled and nodded to them, and then began to look at the workers in front of her intently. With one hand of blue bricks and the other with a small shovel, he shoveled a shovelful of gray-black sticky cement slurry onto the green bricks, and then poured it on the bricks. Land on the brick wall ahead, align, and then move on to the next piece. Anna just watching the worker build a small wall in a very short time. Then she watched the carriages transporting carts of green bricks. She also personally tested the hardness of the turning head. It is very hard, compact, and easy to transport, and the houses built with the same bricks and stones are particularly neat. After combining with cement, it became extremely strong, completely beyond her imagination. Anna pointed to the bags of cement piled up next to the construction site. Is this cement? After being mixed with water, it can be used directly. Gray nodded. Yes, this is cement, it is very malleable. Anna looked at Gray with surprise in her eyes. So, cement is easy to transport. And it will be fast to build cities with it. The houses will be very strong. Gray continued to nod. Gray, how much of this material is there? Anna couldn't wait to ask. Gray shrugged. This must disappoint you, because the industrial zone has not been built yet, and my cement factory and brick kiln factory have not been repaired yet. The cement now is made from several earthen kilns I built there. The output is not high, and now it can only be used by the factories of me and a few businessmen. When my factory is completed, the output of cement and green bricks can be greatly increased. Anna calmed down after hearing this, but the smile on her face still did not dissipate. After seeing the industrial area, Anna returned to Thorn City and looked at the houses built of stone and wood in the city, and she immediately felt the difference. The houses in the industrial area are square and square, making them very comfortable to look at. These houses look very strange, and because the materials they use are different in size, they don't look as comfortable as the houses in the industrial area. Anna sighed. She had never thought that the house could be built like that before. Compared with the houses in industrial areas, the houses in my own city are quite ugly. She immediately glanced at Gray with some resentment. After your factory is built, you must give priority to helping me rebuild Black Rock City, and then help me renovate Thorn City with new materials. Anna said softly. Gray was attracted by her cuteness. Gray, of course, that's what I originally planned. Anna, forget it, after repairing Black Rock City, let's build the roads first and build the roads between towns. Gray, okay. Anna, no, we should first build the road from Black Rock City to Thorn City, and the road from Thorn City to Kylan City in the north. This will make it easier to transport supplies to Black Rock City and you. Gray smiled. Okay, Anna, then you have to build a new territory. At least you need some walls and fortifications. With cement and blue bricks, I finally understand why you have the confidence to open up territory in the north. Your side is more important. I will give it to you first, and then build the Thorn City. Gray, okay. When the two said this in the carriage, most of the time it was Anna who said it, and Gray just responded to her. For the next month, Gray prepared to open up new territories. Because he has the support of the Countess, Gray is already very wealthy in terms of manpower and financial resources. In this month, Gray's cement factory, brick kiln factory, sugar factory, and cannery have all been repaired. On the second day after the factory was repaired, Gray had people build a human-driven conveyor belt in the factory to facilitate the transportation of materials. At the same time, he also had several customized large iron wheels, each of which was huge. 6 large cylindrical through holes are left on the top. Then someone brought back the cement stove he had customized at the blacksmith shop and stuffed it into the cylinders. There are magic arrays specially customized by magicians in these stoves. This small magic array has only one function, which is to quickly increase the temperature to a certain fixed range. This saves a lot of time and firewood. However, fire magic stones are needed to provide energy. Fortunately, the Field family is now very wealthy and has no shortage of money at all, so the magic stone is not a problem. A magic stone is enough to earn nearly 10 times the profit from the cement it makes. So Gray doesn't care about the consumption of magic stones at all. Using a combination of science and magic, cement production can be greatly increased. Within 2 days, the workers had become accustomed to these novel devices and were educated on work safety rules by Gray. Then the first cement plant began to operate rapidly. At the same time, the brick kiln was almost up and running. With these two things, the construction speed of industrial zones has once again increased by several levels. While businessmen throughout the industrial area were cheering for the start of construction of their factories, Gray had returned to the castle with a bag of white sugar. Anna looked at the pile of white crystals on the plate in front of her with curiosity. Gray showed a mysterious smile. He put a little on the palm of his hand, and then moved it in front of Anna. "Try it." Anna rolled her eyes at him, then leaned over and licked a mouthful of sugar with her pink tongue. The next moment her eyes widened. "This is sugar." Gray nodded. "How about white sugar? Does it taste better than brown sugar?" Anna nodded her head. "Yeah. It's so sweet. I've never eaten this kind of candy." Anna looked directly at Gray. "Where did this come from?" Gray smiled proudly. "Of course I made it." Anna's breath hitched. "You made it? Your factory?" Anna said in surprise. Gray smiled and nodded. "To be precise, it's our factory. I will need a lot of money in the future. Although you are my wife, I can't keep spending your money, so I built a sugar factory. The gadgets, plus the cement and blue bricks, should be enough to support my early expenses in opening up the territory." Anna didn't doubt Gray's words. Judging from the taste she just tasted personally, this kind of white sugar will definitely become popular throughout the kingdom. With the current high price of brown sugar, the price of this completely crushed brown sugar is definitely an extremely high price. Anna could predict that a large amount of gold coins would soon enter Rose Castle. Anna looked at the smiling Gray in front of her. With this guy's pace of finding a good thing in just a few days, she might consider building more vaults. A few days later, with Field territory as the center, a kind of snowflake-like white sugar suddenly appeared in several surrounding territories. Not only did it look crystal clear, but it also had a great flavor. With almost no effort, white sugar was loved by all the nobles in several territories, and the price of brown sugar was directly broken. Gray initially priced sugar at 10 gold coins per pound of sugar. As a result, the market price of sugar continued to rise within a few days. There is no way. His current factory is not big, and orders for Field territory and several surrounding territories have already been placed a month later. When supply exceeds demand, the price of an item will start to skyrocket. Until a bag of sugar weighing 1 pound reached a high price of 50 gold coins. At this time, the price of sugar can be said to be comparable to gold. And the orders for sugar are still growing crazily. People, headed by Harry, were invited to dinner by other businessmen every day just to be able to order sugar from them. The profits from sugar were so high that the hearts of Harry and the three of them were trembling. At this moment, they finally understood why Lord Gray looked so heartbroken when they were able to own 1% of the factory's shares for just 10,000 gold coins. At the time, they thought Gray was trying another way to get money. Now they know they were wrong. This is not asking them for money, this is clearly giving them money. Think about it, 3% of the profit from every order they sign with these merchants now belongs to them. Even a businessman with Harry's price couldn't help but feel excited. Sugar is not God's other commodity. This kind of thing that consumes a lot of money and has no substitute is almost like a gold mountain. And they currently have this thing in their hands. What a concept. Just this 3% profit is enough to be worth half of their lifetime's struggle. Not to mention there are several other factories. Isn't cement profitable? Doesn't blue brick make money? I didn't expect Master Gray to be so generous and give them such a big gift. This made Harry and the others work harder for Gray's product orders. They read it right. Being bound to Gray would bring many benefits in the future. Under the leadership of the three Harrys, the businessmen headed by the three of them worked extremely hard for orders from Grey Factory. The natural result was that boxes of gold coins were carried into the Castle of Roses. The equipment of the soldiers in the entire field territory has been updated, and even the cavalry has increased by 3,000. You must know that there were only about 5,000 cavalry in the entire field territory before. The consumption of cavalry is much greater than that of infantry. They not only need weapons and armor, but also war horses. The cavalry's horses are not just one person and one horse. War horses, a strategic resource, played a very important role in the cold weapon era, but war horses also had to bear a lot of weight. Not only must they bear the weight of the cavalry, but they must also bear the weight of armor and weapons. In addition, fighting on the battlefield requires horses to run at full speed. This will greatly consume the physical strength of the war horse. If it weren't for horses with special bloodlines, ordinary high-quality war horses would be exhausted after running for more than 10 or 20 kilometers carrying heavy armored cavalry. Heavy armored cavalry must run to be effective. Once you can't run, you will be a target. Therefore, in a heavy armored cavalry team, one person is usually paired with 2 or even 3 horses. In this way, horses can be exchanged during the battle, which has the effect of letting the horses rest, and at the same time, it can keep the entire heavy armored cavalry team in peak condition for a long time. And the price of high-quality war horses is not low. The Countess's cavalry team was originally short of horses, but now that she has money, she naturally has to make up for them. After all this consumption, it can be said that money is flowing like water. After all, the 3,000 newly added cavalry are basically heavy cavalry. That is to say, in a territory like field that faces monsters, orcs, and armies from other countries all year round, it can instantly gather 3,000 cavalrymen with superb riding skills and combat experience. These 3,000 people were not just expanded by Anna to enhance her own strength. Of these 3,000 heavy armored cavalry, 2,000 were transferred to Grey. Because Grey is about to go north to open up territory. Originally, Anna had no plans to expand the cavalry. Even when Grey earned hundreds of thousands of gold coins, she never thought about this issue. Because if you want to expand the heavy armored cavalry, what you need is not a fortune, but a stable and continuous financial source. It is true that the initial purchase of weapons and horses can be purchased with a large amount of money, but the subsequent raising and training of troops are the major expenses. Without the sugar factory built by Grey, Anna would not dare to expand the cavalry by 3,000. Heavy armored cavalry are gold-eating beasts. An ordinary nobleman can sweep an army with 3,000 heavy armored cavalry. The heavy armored cavalry of the great nobles all had one set of armor saved over dozens or hundreds of years. Only someone with a strong foundation like Field could afford 5,000 heavy armors. However, this also leaves the Field family's treasury in a dry state all year round. It wasn't until Grey's arrival that the problem was solved. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.